program. We have already shared the revised schedule with you. For some reason, we had to reshuffle a little. So now we will have a talk on smart home energy management system by Dr. Altaf Qurban Hussain Badar. So, Dr. Badar has joined.
Yeah. Dr. Badar, could you please unmute yourself and your video also? Yeah. Warm welcome and good morning to you. And this is Professor Roy, one of the coordinator and professor, reputed professor in our institute, is also one of the coordinator. And from both sides.
Very good morning. Dr. Badar, very good. I can't see you. Can you?
Sir, there is some issue with this. I don't know. I'll just check it out.
Okay. Yeah. Now you are visible, audible, both.
Yeah. Now it's fine.
Yeah. I cannot see myself. Fine. Yeah.
Oh, that you can't see.
Good morning. Good morning.
Very good morning. Very good morning. Very good morning. So, actually, I was so pleased to know that you are a versatile man. A very versatile man. One side MBA, other side, a detective, a novel writer. Very versatile man. Huh?
Thank you.
Very good.
No,
very good.
Sir, hobbies are different and this thing is different. Career is different. That is hobby, sir. Writing is hobby.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is also part of it.
What happened is, even those hobbies are something. Hobbies are something that are appreciable.
Thank you.
And that will help in your research too. That will help in your research too, for investigation.
Correct. And that is all about research. That is all about research.
Yeah.
So, Munmun, some 58 people are now.
So maybe we can promote your book here. Participants can go for buying that book, And we'll take commission.
Yes.
Now,
so start formally, you can start.
So should you start now?
Yeah.
62. I hope rest of the people will join.
Okay.
So once again, very good morning to all of you. I welcome you all on session 1, day 2 of our FDP, Energy Storage for Sustainable Development. Yesterday, we have tried to justify that this is, in fact, a need of the hour. So going ahead, now the present session will be, this present session title of the talk is Smart Home Energy Management System, and it will be presented by Dr. Altaf Qurban Hussain Badar. A brief sketch of Dr. Badar. Throughout his career, he completed his BTech to PhD, including business management degree from Nagpur. Fine. And he did his PhD in 2015 from NIT Nagpur. Master degree he did from another Yeshwantrao Chevan College of Engineering, Nagpur. Bachelor degree from KDK Engineering College, Nagpur. We may have some participant from here, from these colleges also. Feel proud that your alumni, your senior are before you for the presentation. And also, as I said, I feel very proud to announce here that Dr. Badar has business management from ICFI Business School, Nagpur, way back in 2004. He has long 20 years of teaching experience and 15 years in engineering education. Currently, Dr. Badar is serving as assistant professor at NIT Warangal. His research interest includes smart homes, soft computing, AI optimization technique, artificial neural networks, fuzzy logic, and expert systems. Dr. Badar has published 20 research papers, which includes 11 journal papers and 9 conferences. And he has also completed a funded project by name Design and Development of Smart Home Energy System. So very well you understand that he has got well expertise on the topic that will be presented before us today. He delivered such talk in different reputed institute, and as per his hobbies, as he plays cricket also. We can't see that, we have not experienced that, but friends, he has another very good this is hobby, that is on literary signatures. He wrote one crime detection novel by name F Real, Family, Relatives and Love. So we have a very excellent speaker with vast experience on the field, on the topic that he will speak. So I welcome Dr. Badar for the session. Now the session is handed over to you. Please go ahead, Dr. Badar.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
And here,
Thank
I would like to mention one thing that, I must thank you. We must thank you.
Yes.
I mean, thank him, because his presentation was on 30th, a second session, and on our request, he that time only agreed to give his presentation today, because another speaker could not make it happen because of health issues. So thanks a lot. Okay.
Yes.
Now please start.
So sir, first of all, thank you for such a nice introduction. Maybe I'm not worth that much.
No.
But the thing is, I should be excused if something goes wrong here and there. I'm not perfect.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like 3 days before you are presenting, although you are supposed to present on 30th.
Yeah.
So you may not be that prepared. So everyone understands.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll start off with the presentation then.
Yeah.
Because
Please go ahead. And I think before you present, one thing, how our participant will communicate with you.
yes, sir.
That you can decide right now. Either they can interrupt you in between, or you wish to, that answer their question at the end.
Sir, they can interrupt in between, no issues.
Okay. So please unmute yourself, and I will be extremely happy if you raise your doubts, question, whatever it may be, but please be within the topic.
Yeah.
Fine, please be within the topic. Okay. And also understand that it is a time limited session. So when you ask any question, please keep that in mind. Thank you all. Please start.
Okay. So a very good morning to all. Just 1 minute. Yeah. Sir, am I audible and visible? Means the presentation.
It's both. Yeah, it's both.
Yeah. Thank you. A very good morning to all. First of all, I'm thankful to Dr. Munmun and Dr. Roy for giving me a chance to present myself here. Before I start, Dr. Roy has actually exaggerated a lot. I'm just a simple guy, nothing much. And the thing is, there was actually a shock when yesterday ma'am called me and just asked me to take the lecture today. So excuse me for some smaller mistakes that may happen. But anyways, I'll try to give my best. I'm basically working at NIT Warangal right now, which has already been said. Since this talk relates to me, my college and my department, I'll just take 2 slides to introduce them also. But before that, I would say that let us start the lecture with the name of God, so that we'll be able to achieve whatever we have gathered here for. As far as my institution is considered, it was established in 1959. Currently, it is ranked 19th in NIRF. We have got around 14 departments, 8 undergraduate projects, 8 undergraduate streams and 32 postgraduate streams. This has already increased. This data is from 2018-19, so this has already increased. We have around 5,000 students on campus with 500 international students, 250 acres. We had procured around 42 crores from TQ in the last couple of years. And around we have got 47 crores from 49 different projects, 3 crores from consultancies here and there. This figure has also changed. 302 faculties are not there now. There are more. We have recently got some new recruitments. And we have got certain centers of excellence coming up in our college. We already had some, but there are some more which are coming in from Siemens and private companies now. So a very good campus for people who would like to visit. And when we go to the department, it's NB accredited. Even the college departments all are approximately NB accredited. We have got all doctoral faculties, all are doctors. We have got undergraduate program. We have got a postgraduate. We have got 3 postgraduate programs. One is power system engineering, power electronics and drives, and recently this year we have started with smart electric grids. So that is really a very big boon for the power system engineers who are interested to explore themselves. We are trying to include the best subjects possible there as such. And then we have got around 4 crores of projects with us, including one from Spark. So this is all about the things. Sir has already told about my current research interest, but these are the latest one because I keep on changing my goals basically. So the thing is like right now I'm working on optimization techniques. Actually, optimization techniques is my basic what we say working place where I means a working region, sorry, where I actually work a lot on optimization techniques only, and its application in different areas. Even if it is like electronics, I do work on that. The thing is, if it is included into optimization techniques, then smart home energy management I have just started like 2-3 years back, but it's a really good topic and a thing to explore. Then this is also these are actually not pure electrical subjects, but yeah, one can explore it. So electric vehicle routing again requires 2-3 things, like it's optimization techniques combined with some what we say infrastructure requirements here and there. So that is this. And the recent interest which has been there with me is energy markets, because I'm teaching this in the MTech classes now. So energy markets have been a really, I'll say, interesting topic. Anyways, energy market is also interesting because the last 3 topics are approximately can be clubbed together. Smart home energy management, electric vehicle routing, as well as energy markets can be clubbed together. I believe that we do not have all electrical participants, so I'll go a little bit on the lower side of explanation so that they'll also be able to enjoy. Before we go into the smart home energy management systems, the basic fundamental is here we are not talking about energy storage basically, but methodology involving energy storage. What we want is to manage the system such that the energy requirement or the energy consumption should be optimized, not minimized, but should be optimized. So the thing is like we want to have energy management system such that the user is also happy, the cost is also down. So both the things should be there. Otherwise, if you go for only minimization of energy, then the user may not be happy with the outcomes of it. So we'll basically try to get into the thing where the energy is managed in a very optimal way in smart home energy management. Now, let us go. This is the basic fundamental system that we have right now. We have got generation on one side, then we have got transmission, then we have got distribution system. This is how the electrical system works right now, even in India, in maximum of the places. Maximum of the places, I'll say. So we have got generation. Generation may be from renewable energy sources. So you'll find this short form later on, RES, renewable energy sources. So it may include, wind turbines. It may include solar plants. It may include biomass generation, different kinds of generation which may be there. Then there is some conventional generation which is there, like thermal power plants is there, hydro is there, and all of it. They all combined together will go for transmission, then it goes to substation, and then we go for distribution. This is the current scenario that we have in India. However, what has happened is that with the developed countries, the scenario is changing a little bit, and in fact in India also this is changing. So what has happened is, especially like in London and all of it, they have got solar rooftops available now. In India also we have got some solar rooftop, solar wind turbines available, small wind turbines available here and there. So we can also now generate electricity from our own houses. Now the fundamental here is that what we are trying to control is not this thing, not transmission, not substation, not factory, not offices, but these houses. Now, if you look at a house, usually when we used to go for a new connection earlier, the maximum limit allowed, the maximum demand given to your house was 3 kilowatts. So this, remember this figure because this will again come in later on. So when we talk of 3 kilowatts, we assume like 3 kilowatts is nothing. But if we go at the collective load consumption, then this 3 kilowatt per house added up goes to around 30% of our consumption overall. So if we control this 30%, the energy storage and energy requirement and energy management becomes very much easy. In fact, I'll go a little bit outside and I'll inform you, like in Japan, what happens is they have usually we have got a varied load curve. I'll come to that also later on. Varied load curve means that in the office hours, we consume more electricity. During the evening, we consume more electricity. Whereas during the night, the consumption goes down by a lot. So in Japan, what they do is they have a uniform straight line consumption. And that happens because they can, schedule the loads properly. We do not schedule the load. So we have got extra generation sometimes, we have got some less generation at some time. And the load also keeps on varying accordingly. Anyways, so let's see how this thing particularly changes now. This is the current system that we have. Now, the flow is only one way from the generation to the load. And from there it comes to the house. Slowly, what has happened is with many of the governments reaping in to benefit from the renewable energy sources, what they have done is they have allowed the houses to install solar panels. So if all the houses have got solar panels in London, basically the residential generation is more during the morning. So they can even stop this conventional generation. This is the condition there right now. And then we can also have wind turbines installed to our houses. And the latest addition now, the electric vehicles. The recent law has come in from the Delhi government where they are pushing the electric vehicles onto the road somehow. So this same thing will be applicable all through Maharashtra, Telangana, Tamil Nadu, and they are also working on introduction of electric vehicles onto the road in a huge manner. Now, I'll come to that electric vehicles again because that is one of the most challenging availabilities, and I think so you will have some lectures on electric vehicles also. And one more thing which has been added now is the smart meters. Currently, we don't have the smart meters in our houses, but yes, we'll be having it very soon. Now, what has happened is, what has changed here is that this solar panel and this particular turbine which I had has helped me to generate electricity during the availability hours. The basic problem with this particular thing, solar panel and the wind turbine, is that they won't guarantee you a generation at a given time. They'll generate whenever the sun is available or whenever the wind is available, right? So when I generate more than I can consume, I send the electricity back to the grid. And now comes in the metering part. Currently, we have got net meters. They are not smart meters. I'll come to that again later on. So what we do is we sell the excess electricity to the grid. Even Chhattisgarh has jumped into the foray and they are also using all these things. In fact, this is available in many of the states in India now. So what we do is the residential consumer has now become a prosumer. Prosumer means he is also a producer as a consumer also is working. So in the evening, he cannot generate electricity because the solar panel does not generate electricity. The wind turbine will also not generate electricity. So what happens is he consumes electricity. But during the day when the sun is on the top, the generation is more than what is required and the selling of energy happens. So this is where we jump in and we try and manage the energy inside the house. If we manage the energy inside the house, the 30% of the load, the curve can be given a straight line and we can meet our objectives. Now, one more thing that comes up here is in a smart grid, I'll say, is a two-way communication that happens. Two-way communication, two-way flow of power also happens, and leave aside the data center and all of it, but the basic thing is that the communication plays a very important role now. because what has happened is that combined together, they can also play as a generator. You know, one guy plus two plus three plus four. If they combine their resources, they can also play as a generator, and they can also participate into the energy markets. In fact, you can earn money by selling energy. So this is how it exactly works. Now, let us see as to what the current situation is in India. We have got solar panels, yes, they are there. You can install solar panels in your houses, but they are not optimized. What do you mean by optimized? Is it generates energy, and you can sell that energy when it is available, but you cannot store it. And even if you store it, it is still not optimized. I'll come to that point later on, because basically, if you have to sell it when it is generated, that's it. Even if you store it, it does not make a specific difference to your storage. In fact, you'll be in a loss. Then there is battery storage. Yes, individually we do have battery storage with us, but the batteries are used only during the outage when the electricity goes. In fact, the solar panels that can be installed, even if your college has got solar panels, they can be used only till the grid is on. If the grid goes down, you cannot use the power from the solar panels. So the thing is that solar panels are there, true, but they are not optimized, because I cannot use the solar panels when the grid goes down. I cannot use the solar panels to supply electricity to me when the load is more onto the grid somewhere. So all these things do matter. Then the battery storage plays, like a other side of the coin with solar panels or the RES. Basically, what happens is that you have a battery, but you use it when the electricity goes down, right? Now, the thing that happens is, I want to use the battery. Basically, you have to have a different look at this now, and you need to imagine that I want to use these batteries as an investment in my house, and I want it not only to store energy, but I want to also sell energy when there is a requirement in the grid, so that I can earn money out of it. So I'll come to that point also later on. Then comes up a very good topic, as in the last slide I showed you, smart meters. And I put a question mark in front of it. Do we have smart meters with us right now? So the answer is had it been a physical interaction with you all, I would have asked you and waited for your answers, but right now that's not the possibility. So I'll only give the answer. Usually, smart meters have got certain properties which should be there. One of it is digital display, monitoring, and data storage, data monitoring. Fine. Right now, the meters that we have, they can do these things. They cannot do it in detail, but they can do it to a certain level. But there is another aspect to it, that the smart meters should also be able to communicate. Right now, the meters that we have in our houses cannot communicate. If they cannot communicate, then the meters are not smart. So that is the thing. And means the smart meter should not only be able to communicate with its owner, but it should be able to communicate with its environment also, the grid, the utility, other buyers and sellers, and all of it. The biggest drawback right now for non-implementation of smart homes in India is the next point, that is tariff. The current tariff rate the tariff system that we have is the block rate. Usually, in many of the states, the tariff is based on block rate, which is not preferable actually. So we'll come to that later on again. I'll take the topic of tariff again later on. Then we have got electric vehicles again. Electric vehicles right now are not present. They are coming in a big way. Tata's have introduced 1 or 2 cars, I think so, and Tesla has introduced, and there are other hybrid electric cars also coming in. So like in 5 years, maybe we'll have a lot of electric vehicles, and that not present will come into a present. And then I've written one more very important thing, other features related to SHEMS. Some of the other features are like, do we have communication within the house? No. Communication outside the house? No. In fact, no communication is there inside our house through the appliances. Then, do we have data storage? No, we do not have anything related to our own consumption patterns. We don't know how we are going to consume. We assume that in summers we'll be consuming more electricity, in winters we may be consuming a little bit less electricity. But can somebody tell me how much of electricity they'll be using in December? So that data is not available with you. So these are some of the things. Then can we schedule it? Can I control my appliances remotely? Yes, some of the appliances are available currently where you can control it remotely. But I'll come to that again in the next slide. I do not want to control my appliances remotely. Actually, SHEMS has got a different fundamental altogether with it. So let's come to the main topic now, that is smart home energy management systems. Now, when I talk about smart home energy management systems, I'll just wait on this slide so that people listen to me more. And this slide has got a very important thing. What do we mean by smart home energy management system? This is where we need to basically understand. And once we do understand, then you will be able to appreciate the slides coming in further, right? So smart home energy management is not like, when the electricity goes off or when there is low voltage, I turn on some of the appliances, or during the morning, I turn on some of the appliances and then I shut off those appliances in the evening, or something like that. Or like that ad comes up with Amitabh Bachchan, he sits in somewhere remotely and turns on and off his AC. This is not smart home energy management system. This is basically automation, right? There's a difference between automation and energy management systems. When that guy, if I've got an AC, if I can control that AC through internet, sitting from anywhere, that AC has got the ability to communicate through internet. Very good, fine, agreed. But it cannot think and manage on its own. I have to play a role there. So basically, it is automated, not smart. I won't say it is smart. It is basically automated. I can control it from wherever I want. Number one. Number two, when I talk of SHEMS specifically, this is a centralized framework which may be installed in your own computer, may be installed in your laptop, may be installed in your mobile phone, or it may be a server placed somewhere in your house. And this centralized framework should be able to take decisions on its own. And this is a very important part of it. The user should not get involved in it. If I ask the equipments to be turned on and turned off every time, then I am monitoring the things, I am handling the things. If I am doing all these things, then the centralized framework is of no use. So basically, when I talk of smart home energy management systems, the basic fundamental is that there is a framework which is installed in your house, which should be able to control the appliances, which should be able to control the usage of energy inside your house. So that is basically the centralized framework which should be there, which should be placed in your house to control all the things. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. We'll be going through the details in the coming slides. So what I want is that the energy consumed should be optimized according to what I want, and plus the bill that comes up into my house should be lesser. So this is the basic aim. And then let us move ahead with the next topic. So this is how the SHEMS actually works. SHEMS, I'll again repeat, it is smart home energy management system. It is a centralized framework, and it should be able to communicate with these four basic categories around the SHEMS, where I have missed out one, that is the user. A user should also be there, but I assume that the SHEMS works in tandem with user, so user is not a different entity but the SHEMS itself. So if that is the case, then there are four entities left other than SHEMS. One is the utility. For those who are not from electrical background, utility means the company or the system which provides me electricity. So SHEMS is supposed to communicate with the utility which is going to supply me electricity. It should be able to communicate with the apps. Now don't take it otherwise, this is a short form of appliances. This is not apps in my mobile phone. It is basically the appliances which are present in my house, right? So it should be able to communicate and control the appliances. The biggest and the most important thing is it should be able to, I told you all this thing earlier, RES will come up, that is renewable energy sources, solar panels or wind turbine, whichever is installed in my house. So the SHEMS should be able to communicate with this renewable energy sources also. This is a very important part in the system, because without RES, the smart home cannot be a smart home, basically. There are many other factors also. And the last thing is the storage. So as I told you all, the storage is a very important part in my smart home energy management system. And now with the data and the communication with all these entities, SHEMS should provide me the optimal output with the working within the constraints. The constraints are like, if I have turned on the light, it should be on and something like that. The constraints are like, you cannot produce more electricity than it is required, and many other things. So there are different constraints which you can go through later on. Now, what are the objectives? What are the basic objectives when I go for the SHEMS, that is Smart Home Energy Management System? So there are, if you go through the literature survey, you will find so many applications and so many objectives. What I did was, I classified them into only 3. So basically, you can have 3 objectives for SHEMS or a combination of them. I'll start from the bottom, monitoring. This monitoring is only a part of literature survey, and it is a compulsory part of SHEMS. It can be taken as an objective in a research paper, but not an objective of specific framework of SHEMS. Now, monitoring means what? So I'll come to that again later on as one of the basic things. But there are 2 to 3 things that I want to monitor. One, the consumption pattern. One, the generation pattern. And the third, the pricing pattern, how the electricity is priced. So I'll come to that again. Then the other thing is the user comfort. User comfort is, see, what happens is, that before I go into these things, I assume I had a small conversation with Dr. Khandra, and she told me that there are some non-electrical guys also. So for their information, I'll just tell you some of the things which will be very important before I go into these things. Now, what happens is, see, in India, we have got a block rate tariff. Block rate tariff means that if you consume 200 units of electricity, you pay certain amount per unit, up to 200 units. From 200 units to 500 units, you will pay some other amount. This may change from state to state, from utility to utility, but this is how basically we are charged. So what happens is, when I use 0 units to 200 units, suppose I am charged like 50 paise, so I will be paying 50 paise of how many units I am using. From 200 units to 500 units, I pay for like 0.75 paise per unit, suppose. So then from 200 unit onwards, as much units I consume, that will be multiplied by 0.75 and my bill will be coming up. And then there are some unknown amounts which are there. Known amounts are there, but they are not important. So the basic tariff that comes up is categorized like this. Now, what happens is, this kind of tariffing happens when everything is controlled by the government and their primary aim is the social benefit. So in that case, this thing is applicable. But right now what is happening is that in countries like Australia, countries like European Union, US, Chile, and many Asian countries also, what they are doing is they are opening up the market. So if you have a current look, then what has happened is, like, the companies like Jindal is there, it can generate electricity. Abhijit is there, they can generate electricity. Tatas are there, they are generating electricity. Reliance is generating electricity. And there are, Adani is generating electricity. In fact, there was one very big SEZ which was opened recently in Chhattisgarh, which is owned fully by Adani and company, and they are going to export electricity. Now, the point is that this kind of competition when comes up, so it will be like Airtel, BSNL, Vodafone, Idea coming in, and then I can choose from whom I want to. Geo coming in, and then I can choose from which company I want to take my connection and which tariff suits me best. So these things are going to come in very soon. In fact, in US, their energy, this is called as energy markets. Basically, they have got varied energy markets. Texas has got a different kind of energy market. California has got a different kind of energy market, and there are different companies which bid for electricity. Now, electricity is a different kind of a commodity. It's like, Sensex. I hope everybody knows that. So you can buy and sell electricity in a power pool or something like that, power exchange, we can say. But electricity is a different kind of a commodity because basically you need to sell it when you generate it. Especially if you are a big generator, if you have got a big generation facility with you, then in that case you have to sell it when you generate it. You cannot store it. In a small house I can store it through a battery, but for a large gathering, this large generation firm, this is not a possibility. So all these factors do make a difference, and therefore what happens is there are many other factors which will come in. And now what happens is, if you now observe, the normal law of economics says that if the demand is high or the supply is less, the amount of the commodity will go high. The price of the commodity will go high. Like the onion prices go high suddenly sometimes. If your onion generation is less or the consumption is less, then the price will vary and it will probably go high. So similarly, what happens is every evening you have got municipal load coming in, the street lights coming in, the factories are already running from morning, the offices turn on the lights, the commercial consumers turn on the lights, the residential consumers turn on the lights. So suddenly what happens is there is a peak of energy consumption during evenings. Now, if you look at it, what will be the better part? The consumption requirement has increased. The generation should also increase to match it, right? But the generators would say that for me to ramp up my generation capacity, you need to pay me more than what you were paying me in the morning. So usually what will happen is during the evenings, the cost of electricity generation will go high. However, in our case, what happens is till you don't use 200 units, you are paying the same amount. So what has happened is in US, Australia and other countries, what they have done is they have used some other kinds of tariffs which have come in. And this other kind of tariff says that in the evening, if you use less, it is good for you. Otherwise, we'll charge you more in the evening. So if you are consuming electricity in the evening, you will have to pay more. If you are consuming electricity in the night, we'll give you at a lower price. So now what happens is, if I was paying like 50 paise in the morning. Yes, sir.
Excuse me.
Hello.
Sorry for interruption.
Yes.
Can you explain me for optimum control? The
Yes,
requirement is varying in day to night, evening, night, etc.
Correct.
So for optimum control, what types of controller we are using? Like I think a fuzzy logic controller or like that. Can you have any idea?
Sir, I'll come to that topic later on. It is there in my slide. I'll come to that later. Yeah. So now what happens is I'm paying more in the evening, right? And I don't want to pay more. So what should I do? The basic fundamental, if I'm paying like 50 paise in the morning, I'm paying 1 rupee in the evening. So what happens is, in fact, in some of the cases nowadays in Norway, they are paying you money to consume electricity in the night. So the tariff can even go negative. All those things will also come in. But anyways, right now, let us look at our condition. So I have to pay more if I'm consuming electricity during the evening, 1 rupee suppose. So what I'll do is, I'll turn off some of the lights which are not required, right? I'll turn off some of the other things which are not required. And maybe I'll be able to save money somewhere. But you cannot turn off all the lights. At 8 o'clock, you are sitting for your dinner, suppose, and you want to watch a movie or IPL is coming up. Hello? 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 Sir, am I audible?
Yes, yes. Perfectly all right.
Okay. So, so you are watching IPL, suppose in the evening, and you think that I have to pay more, so let me turn off my TV. So this will usually not happen. So now you'll understand why we want to turn off some of the electricity equipments during certain time. Now, if I don't want to turn off my appliances at a given time, then that comes up under user comfort. There are certain things which I want to use when I want to use. No matter even if I have to pay more, I want to use that thing. So that those things will come up under user comfort. And then lastly, the thing is cost. Obviously, cost is the most important thing. Everything that we are doing is related to cost. Today we have gathered here, and ultimately, if you bring it down somewhere, everybody's objective is cost. So each and everything that we do is related to cost somewhere or the other place. So cost again, objective cost can be again categorized into optimal usage of renewable energy sources or storage systems connected with me, right? And then I've got optimal load scheduling. So I'll again come back to this thing later on. We'll just move ahead with it. And all these things combined, especially the first two topics, what we call these things is called as DR techniques. If I use DR later on, please be familiar with this thing. This is called as demand response. Demand response was earlier what happened is if the consumption increases, the generation also increases to match up the consumption of electricity. Now what has happened is with this energy trading and energy markets coming in and varying of prices coming in, the demand response itself means the user also can respond to the conditions which are there. So there are different techniques in demand response, like load shifting can be done. Like if somebody was working and they come home in the evening and 6 o'clock they turn on their washing machine, instead they can just put it into smart home energy management system that I need to use the washing machine and it should be used somewhere between 12 to 3 in the afternoon, and automatically it runs and the work is done. You come up in the evening and you put on your clothes for drying if it is required. So this is called as load shifting. Then there is peak shaving. Peak shaving is basically like there is a very high demand somehow, and then the users go for reducing the demand. And then there is value filling, and there are 6 to 7 different kinds of methods of demand response. So we'll not go into the details of it. Then these are the factors which will basically affect the SHEMS working. One is RES, that is renewable energy sources, as I told you. Storage systems have already worked. Electric vehicle. I am very much fascinated about electric vehicles nowadays. Why? The reason is very simple. As I told you earlier, one house early, maybe nowadays the things may have changed from state to state, but if we go by the old rules, the one house consumption, maximum demand consumption was 3 kilowatts. Then you can apply and increase your load consumption and all of it, XYZ things. But maximum demand allowed was 3 kilowatts. Let us take it has gone to 5 kilowatts also. But when you buy an electric vehicle, suddenly your load increases by 3.6 kilowatts further. And you need 3.6 kilowatt of charging for 8 hours. If you buy an electric vehicle, maybe it may be less than 8 hours. This is 8 hours is from zero charge to full charge. The usual requirement is 8 hours. So you come up at 6 o'clock in the house and you start charging your electric vehicle. Imagine a situation where everybody of us have got an electric vehicle. Everyone around us also has got an electric vehicle. We come home at 6 o'clock and we start charging our electric vehicles. As I told you all, 6 o'clock is a peak time. Everything is on. I am also charging my electric vehicle. Just assume that how much of load will come up on the generation side. 3.6 kilowatt for slow charging. And if I go for fast charging, it further goes up to 6.6 kilowatt hour. Now, this will totally disrupt the situation which is available currently. So electric vehicles can be pushed onto the road, but what about the energy management again? What we are studying. So this is a really good field where people can, work out and search out for solutions, because this is right now not there, but this will come in usually. However, let me tell you one more thing. Currently, in the given situation, India is capable of doing the things, because recently I had been to a seminar by POSOCO, and they said that the plant factor is 0.41% in October, the lowest ever utilized. Plant utilization factor. So those who are not electrical engineers can also understand. Plant utilization factor is 0.41 only. That is less than 50% utilization. So we have got enough of energy, but we need to ramp up our energy generation and energy management and energy storage for the electric vehicle revolution to come up. Then for SHEMS, another thing which plays the role of the hero in SHEMS are the appliances. Appliances means the equipments that we are using in our house, and they can be controllable or uncontrollable. So we'll go into that later on. Then tariff, I've already discussed. Forecasting again is a very important part, because I need to know what is going to happen tomorrow, or even in fact after 1 hour. Then hardware, sensors, smart meters, obviously this will play a very important part. As I told you, in monitoring, again, these equipments will be very much useful. Then comes up the electronics part, the communication part. I personally feel this is again a very important thing, communication. Internal communication within the house and external communication outside the house. The SHEMS should be able to communicate with all the equipments which are there. If not, at least the smart plug should be installed so that it can be controllable, basically. The smart home framework should be able to control the usage of what we say, electricity from a certain plug and all of it. And then there is an external communication. External communication, as I told you, if the price varies, like in the morning you are paying 0.5 paise, in the evening you are paying 1 rupee. So you should know when you are paying what. So in that case, the SHEMS framework should be able to communicate through the net or whatever way possible with the given utility to understand the current situation which is going on, and what is the price going on, and what is the best facility. Then you can decide from your own in that way. And last comes up trading. See, without trading, the whole of the objective goes to zero. I may manage it very well, but I may not be able to save electricity, save much of the cost. With trading, I can sell electricity and I can generate revenue of my own. In fact, if you have got a some extra land space available, you can install solar panels and you can go for trading of electricity. And this is in fact happening in US. I recently had an interaction with one of the guys from ERCOT. This company is a non-profit organization which manages the electricity scheduling in Texas. And they said that people are running 5 kilowatt or 5 means more than 5 kilowatt diesel generators. They are running from place. They have installed it on a truck, and they run from places to places. Wherever electricity is required, they connect it to the grid and supply electricity and earn money from it. So this is trading basically at the minutest level. So we'll go through all these factors one by one, and let's see how it works out. So RES basically is solar, wind. If you are living in a village or something like that, you can even have a biomass attached to your house and something like that. RES, that is renewable energy sources, are on its own useless. Basically, it's like a cricket team with only batsmen in it. You cannot survive without the bowlers, something like that, or good fielders or something like that. So I need to have storage system with me. So RES has to be combined with storage to get the best results. The other thing is, storage is again divided into two parts. One is electrical storage, the other one is thermal storage. Usually in India, we'll go for electrical only, but you'll find literature review based on situations in countries like Iran and European Union and all of it. They have got thermal storage also, because they have got thermal consumption also in their houses. Since there is lots of cold there, excuse me, lot of cold is there, so they need some thermal consumption is also there. So instead of storing energy as electrical energy, they store it as thermal energy, and they utilize it later on. Anyways, that is not of our concern. Then RES is also affected by the tariff. See, RES on its own, as I told you, is not basically useful. So RES has to interact with the tariff availability which is there. If the tariff means the amount that I'm paying for my electricity is not to our own advantage, then RES can be used for reducing its generation, can be used for some other purposes also. I can divert it from what it is currently doing, like that. Then comes up a very important part, RES with forecasting. See, if you are installing solar panel in your house, and just for the sake of installing, or since you are getting a large amount of bill, you have installed it to get your bill to zero, then forecasting does not come into play. But if I'm going to go for trading, like, if my house has got a capacity of 20 kilowatts, but my consumption is only 3 kilowatts or 5 kilowatts. So what I'll do is, usually what the installation happens in the houses is 80% of your consumption, right? Currently, because you cannot do trading. This is the situation. So even if you've got a big house, you just install for 3 kilowatts, 5 kilowatts or something like that, which is like 80% of your consumption, usual consumption. Or you increase your consumption and you increase your installation also, but you do not go for trading. But if I want to go for trading, what I'll do is I'll put in solar panels, throughout my terrace, or wind turbines throughout my terrace. There are small wind turbines which are coming nowadays for 3 kilowatt. So what I can do is I'll put solar panels throughout, and I can go for trading, selling of energy. And then the last part comes up is the monitoring of the generation also. So this is the usual curve of a solar panel, how you generate it. So this is like forecasting, but on a cloudy day, it may be lower. Eclipse comes in, your generation may be different. So it may differ from place to place. This is basically, the timeline is basically it is written as 12 AM and like that, but it is solar time. Solar time is different from the time that we have. I'll not go into the details of it. There is one more very good topic available here is, you can go for even consultancy for sizing up solar panels for a given installation. Anyways, we'll not go into it. We are already running out of time. The other thing is storage systems. Storage systems, as I told you all, can be of two types, electric and thermal. Electric vehicles can also be used as storage systems. So just keep it in mind. And the next slide, we'll go into the details of it. Electric vehicles have got batteries in it. So I can store my excess electricity into my electric vehicle also. So I can use the electric vehicle as it's a special appliance, It can be used as a load also, and it can be used as a storage system also, the electric vehicles. Storage system plays a very important role in your appliance scheduling, because basically, if you have to use electricity in the evening, what I'll want is, instead of buying it from the grid, I'll use my own storage system to supply, so that I'll be able to save the cost. So the fundamental is, let me store energy during when I have got surplus in the morning, and then let me use it in the evening for appliance schedule. In that case, I can use it for appliance scheduling and all of it. Again, storage systems can be used for trading also. Trading means I can sell electricity, excess of electricity. If I've got a good battery backup, then in the evening I can sell electricity. Instead of buying, I'll sell the electricity in the evening, where I can earn more money. We'll have a case study for that also, if time permits. And then again, storage system will be dependent on the tariff. Without tariff, it will not work. We'll see that later on again. If your tariff is not, if you are installing a storage system for selling electricity or for even net metering, for the current tariff, you will be at a loss, basically. You cannot earn money in that way, right? And then comes up this was actually just addable for some guys who want to explore into smart home energy management later on. Some of the other topics with SHEMS as your main thing, and the other background is, you can search for battery life, how battery life affects the working of an SHEMS. Already there are literature review around it. Then there is a techno-economic analysis of storage system. How much of battery backup should you install, and how it will affect throughout your days to come. And then round efficiency is there. Round efficiency is you charge the battery and you discharge it. So when you charge it, you supply like 1 kilowatt, but when you discharge it, you don't get 1 kilowatt. So that is called as round efficiency. How much do I get after charging the battery? with a given charge. And then sizing, as I told you all in the earlier part, sizing is again a very important part. Then comes up electric vehicles. Now, this is where guys, like if you joined this STTP for storage, so one storage part was in SHEMS, but electric vehicles are again a very important part. Electric vehicle can be used as a storage also. It can be used as a load also. As I mentioned earlier, what happened was, we come up at 6 o'clock in the evening and I want to charge my electric vehicle. Everybody wants to charge the electric vehicle. So it becomes a load. But if my electric vehicle had some charging already, which means these kinds of cars are coming from Germany right now. If you park your vehicle in a sun throughout the day, so it will get charged through the solar panel. When you come home, your battery is already charged, and you use your electric vehicle as a battery to supply load to your house, not consume load from it. So this kind of a thing can come up in electric vehicles, obviously. And then comes up a very good thing which probably some of the researchers in Switzerland are using. What are the charging patterns? You know, India is a very varied country, where right now in Silchar, maybe it's 9:30, but the sun may be on the head, right? No, sorry, it's 10:30, maybe the sun is on the head. But in Mumbai, if you go, it's still somewhere in the east. It's not on the head. So our consumption pattern also changes based on the position of the sun. It is not according to the time. It is according to the sun that we change the consumption patterns. So similarly, the EV charging patterns will also change accordingly. So Monte Carlo simulation method is usually used to, simulate these charging patterns. If somebody is interested, they can go into the details of it, and you can exactly predict how many people will be charging their electric vehicles at what given time. And you can then go for the forecasting of how EV can be used in a very optimal way. And then there are certain other topics which probably the electrical engineers must be knowing. One is vehicle to grid, where we supply electricity from the vehicle to the grid. As I told you, that it can be used as a storage and supply electricity. And then you can have grid to vehicle, which is the normal charging of the electric vehicles. Then comes up the basic hero, as I told you, from the smart home, that is the appliances. So there are different kinds of appliances. The first category comes up uncontrollable. Uncontrollable means I want to use it and I will use it. Like TV is there, if I turn on, I want it to turn on. Because you need to understand here, once SHEMS comes up, you are no longer in control of your electricity usage in your house. So when you turn on your TV, and if SHEMS does not allow, your TV will not turn on. So I want to put this appliance into an uncontrollable category. So I'll put lights, TVs into uncontrollable. When I turn them on, it should be on, no matter what happens. So they are uncontrollable. So they'll not help me in managing the load, basically. Then there are controllable appliances, like washing machine is there. You can, if the fully automatic washing machine is there, you can use it in the morning, you can use it in the afternoon, you can use it in the evening. It does not make a difference. And you need not stand there to use it. You can put your clothes and move away, and the SHEMS can automatically decide when is the best slot to use the washing machine. Similarly, the EV charging is there. See, as I told you all, again, this is the third time we are coming to that point. We come home at 6 o'clock, we turn on our electric vehicles and we go for charging. But if everybody goes like that, then it will be a problem. So what is the best time to charge? Let's say it's 12 a.m. in the night. But now comes up the user comfort. Will I get up at 12 a.m. every day in the night, go and turn on the plug for EV charging? It's not suitable for me. So what I'll do is, I'll put it into a controllable mode. The SHEMS will automatically decide at 12 a.m. the price goes down, the charging of electric vehicles starts. So this is how we can control it. Now the refrigerator ACs come under controllable for the very simple reason that actually the refrigerator should not be on throughout the day. The AC should not be on throughout the day. Once it reaches its temperature, it should turn off. In fact, the ACs and refrigerators nowadays do it like that only. So we do not go personally and turn off the refrigerator every half an hour. I can do it. So to consume less electricity, I can do it. Every half an hour, I'll go and turn off the refrigerator, then I again turn it on. Right? But why should I do it? And how can I do it? That is not a possibility. In practicality, that is not a possibility. But SHEMS can do it easily. After every half an hour, it can turn on the refrigerator. In that way, I can save some amount of my electricity again. The energy can be saved. Instead of, this is like energy management again. Then the appliances have to use the hardware, sensors, and smart meters for communications with the other things, specifically with the SHEMS. That is more important. Again, and there is one more factor here, that some of the appliances work on different power ratings. Like if you look at your washing machine, there are options, very dirty, something like that. So the consumption of electricity may also change based on the power rating on which you are using it. Right? So this is how it basically works. And here the data required is quite large. So I'll just try and go in. I'll just skip this slide because these are the tariffs which are usually applicable in usual times. Let us go to the tariff which will be there in future. At least in India, these tariffs are already there in foreign countries. So there are 3 to 4 kinds of tariffs, and these tariffs may be similar based on the terms. The terms may be different here and there. Maybe TOU and day-ahead pricing can be same at places. It does not make a difference. The thing is, the price will vary from time to time. Like here we can see there is a graph. This is basically called as real-time pricing, where your price changes for every hour of consumption. In the morning 7 a.m. you can see here the price is this much, then it goes high around 10 a.m. and then it goes down in the afternoon. Then suddenly at 6-7 p.m. it rises. So this is how your rate will happen. So I won't want to consume more electricity at 7 p.m. Instead, I'll go into my reserve mode. I'll try and save as much of energy as possible. So this is how basically, this is a rough idea of how the tariff can change. It may change in a different way also, but this is how it usually behaves. This is a pattern how it usually behaves, because in the evening we'll be consuming more electricity. And then there is another kind of like TOU or TOD pricing. This is, I believe this will come up very fast in India. Once the deregulation happens and once the generation and generation and distribution goes into the private hands, they will immediately go for time of use and time of demand pricing. So time of use is not every hour, it will not change, but for a block period, 1 day ahead, they may tell you that this is the price that we are going to charge from this time to this time. Then from this time to this time, we'll be charging this thing, and it may vary. So they'll have like 8-hour block, 6-hour block, 7-hour block, something like that. And from time to time, it may change. And now comes up the basic part. Now, some of you all may be imagining how is this thing related to energy management. This is basically all the factors which will affect the energy management. It is not exactly how the energy management is done, but these are all the factors which will affect my energy management. This comes up the very important part again, that is forecasting, load forecasting. How are you going to use your load? Now this load forecasting, I'll go into the detail again in some of the slides ahead. This can go to the level of your movement in your house also. How you move in your house can be used for predicting the load forecasting. Means if you are in your bedroom, how much of energy is being consumed? If you are into your bathroom, how much of energy is consumed? If you are in your kitchen, how much of energy is consumed? And how do we monitor this? By the movement of your mobile. You move and your mobile also moves. So we understand, means this is kind of monitoring which can be used. I'll come to that topic also later for forecasting. So load forecasting is very important, especially in other cases also. Some time back, I think around 2-3 months back, we had a big eclipse. Now the behavior of users during eclipse is totally different. They won't use electricity till the eclipse is over. Suddenly then, once the eclipse is over, everybody goes for taking a bath. So if you go for a bath, the geysers turn on, your consumption suddenly turns on. Many of you all might not even think in that fashion, but this kind of load forecasting is very, very, very important. And we need to manage it specifically. Plus, there was another case recently where on the Earth hour, The PM had requested everybody to turn off their lights for 9 minutes. Just imagine during the peak time, everybody is turning off the lights. This is excess of energy and less of load. But we need to still manage it. So load forecasting is really very important. So people handle it very well. Otherwise, you would have had a very big blackout that day. Because at 9 p.m. you're turning off your lights. Everybody, just imagine. Then there's no load, but the generation, you cannot just turn off your thermal power plants, isn't it? They'll run somehow, and they'll be producing electricity. So where does the electricity go? So load forecasting again comes up very importantly. Generation forecasting is important because in your house you have got RES. So solar and wind generation forecasting are important. Wind generation is a very hot topic still, especially in England and Norway and Sweden. They are still working on how wind patterns work. Then energy price forecasting, as I told you, the energy can change from hour to hour, and that is why you need to predict when what amount you need to pay, at what time you will be paying what amount, but you need to forecast it. That kind of thing should be there. And then the hardware should also communicate, should also provide me for forecasting. So some of the topics where you can work here is again forecasting techniques where fuzzy logic can be used, ANFIS can be used, ANN is a very big contender there for forecasting, and all of it. And there are external factors which again affect my things. This is a very simple thing which everyone can understand. Temperature means obviously in summer we consume more electricity, in winter we turn off everything. We have got light loads but not cooling loads. So it's a different. Humidity makes a difference. Rains and clouds make a difference. Holidays and weekend also make a difference. In weekend the pattern of consumption changes. Holidays are similar to that. So all these things will also make a difference. I'll just go a little bit faster here because we are running out of time. These are some of the things which are there. Hardware, sensors and smart meters, they are supposed to measure the user movements and appliance usage patterns. Monitoring is again a very important topic where if somebody wants to explore, it's a huge topic where generation monitoring can be done. Battery monitoring can also be done. Battery monitoring means from cost to when you were using how much of battery and how exactly it was getting charged and discharged. Everything has to come into that battery management. How much of loss, efficiency, at what time, cycling of charging and discharging, depth of discharge, SOH, and everything will come up. Then generation monitoring, obviously, as I told you, we need to, if you want to forecast, you need to monitor it. And comes up for load forecasting, the most unpredictable. If you go for a vacation, you have turned on your refrigerator at least and one light in your house. Your consumption pattern changes. You come back home, you suddenly start using, your consumption pattern changes. You have got a function in your house and your consumption pattern changes. So all these things do make a huge difference there. So especially for monitoring. So this monitoring is again divided into two parts. One is intrusive load monitoring, other one is non-intrusive load monitoring. Load monitoring, intrusive means I'll monitor each and every appliance of yours, when you are using it and how. And non-intrusive is I'll take a collective reading and assume how many equipments or appliances you are using and when. So these are some of the methods. You can have smart sockets for intrusive load monitoring. Individual appliance monitoring will be there, and you can have a centralized database system for that. Then for non-intrusive, you have got total load distribution, time period distribution, at what time, how much of load you had, and from the available equipments in your house, you can predict as to what kind of consumption you are doing. And then comes up what I had already told you, like kinesics. Kinesics means your movement. How you move in your house can be used again for non-intrusive load monitoring. And then comes up the communication part. Again, a very important part. Communication, as I told you, should be internal inside the house as well as external. The SHEMS is supposed to communicate with the 3 to 4 things, as I told you earlier. The communication techniques which are usually used are Zigbee, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and LAN. Sir, I think so. This is what you were asking. Anyway, so communication techniques usually used are Zigbee, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, and LAN. Everybody should be knowing as to what are their benefits and other things are communication will play a very important role if a smart home is to be implemented in the house. Otherwise, it is not going to work out. And then comes up the trading part, the last factor that I had mentioned there. And when the consumer himself now starts to sell the electricity, he becomes a prosumer. He can sell it. Now comes up a different scenario where actually, you can go into the details of it, especially for electrical engineering here. Microgrid trading. Microgrid means a combination of generation and consumption entities which can survive on its own without getting connected to the main grid, without taking power from the main grid for certain amount of time. Then it is called as microgrid trading. Now, what happens is if I take like the college itself, institution itself is generating around 1 megawatt, it is consuming something, but it has got extra electricity. So that institution works like a microgrid, and there is a locality which is just side to it, and or a village which is very near to it, and they are unable to generate that much of electricity. Then this institution can supply electricity to that village, and that village is again termed as a microgrid. So microgrids can trade amongst themselves without involving the main grid into it. Then there is something called as neighborhood trading, me selling electricity to my neighbor. This is a totally new concept which is coming in, and maybe this may go a long way ahead. And then comes up, because this neighborhood trading is very important, because the basic part is we pay 20 to 30% more because of the losses for transmission. If I'm going for trading within my neighborhood, all these losses will be lost. So once my efficiency is as high as the conventional generation, then I can trade it with anybody at a very low cost. Electricity can be traded at a very low cost. And then comes up the sizing part. And another very important thing, this is game theory. This is related to trading only, so nothing with energy management. And then you can go for different scenarios again related to these things, but I won't go into detail of it. Let us just move ahead. So after I have installed the SHEMS framework, we go for 4 blocks, basically 4 processes usually. We monitor what is happening in the house, because it will keep on changing. You cannot say the house will remain the same throughout the life. Till yesterday, I had suppose 3 mobiles. Now I got 4 mobiles in my house. Till yesterday, I had a big TV with that, huge spacing required. Now I've got an LED TV. The consumption patterns change. My fridge changes. Suppose I buy a new AC, so things will keep on changing. So I need to monitor the house consumption regularly. Earlier, I was using normal lights. Now I'm using LED lights. So it has to be monitored as to how the consumption pattern is changing. Once that has been monitored, you need to analyze, predict, apply, forecast. So this cycle will keep on happening throughout the SHEMS framework, and it has to keep on doing the same thing. Then, as far as the techniques required, sorry sir, I think so this was what you were asking. As far as the techniques required are there, you'll find artificial neural network will have a big application there, fuzzy logic, combination of both of them. Then there are expert systems. Expert systems are required because if I have got a company and my consumption patterns are specific and my requirements are specific, then I have to have expert systems involved with the tailor-made facility also. And then there are applications of optimization techniques. Recently, one of my BTech group applied modified GA for scheduling of appliances. So optimization techniques can also be applied for scheduling the appliances for optimal usage of energy. And then I had earlier taken some other objectives. These are some of the other objectives that SHEMS can be applied for. Like cancer patients are there. So then in that case, the thermal requirement of those patients are different as compared to the usual people who are there. So then in that case, the objectives can change. Then the requirement for elderly may be different. So again, the objectives can change. From here, I'll just go a little bit onto one of the case studies that I had presented recently. What we have is, this is a simple SHEMS system, the simplest one that I could show here. Excuse me. The objective function is that I want to minimize CE and CM. CE is the cost of electricity and the selling cost required. CM is my cost of maintenance. Maintenance for battery, for RES, because your panels may go bad and something like that. Oiling may be required, all of it. And this should happen for 24 hours. So this is T is equals to 1 to 24. What I want to do is the total consumption throughout the day should be less. The simplest of objective functions that we can go for. So C is the cost of electricity required for buying as well as for selling. If I require something, then in that case, the cost of maintenance. What I do is, this is my usual working as I showed you earlier. Instead of utility, this is SHEMS in the middle. It deals with the storage, the load, appliances, RES, and the utility or the grid. Now, this is my load curve, as I was telling. This is how I am consuming my electricity in my house. During the night, my consumption is really less. It ramps up to around second highest peak during 11 a.m. in the morning. Then it goes down again. And then again around at 6 to 7, it rises. And then again it will go down. So this is my consumption that I have. Now what happens is that the tariff will not be same, as I told you. So tariff, as I told you, if I go for day ahead tariff, then there are 3 blocks. The smallest one will be termed as off-peak. The second highest will be termed as intermediate, and the peak. So the peak will come up around 10 to 12 when I am consuming more, and in the evening when I am consuming more. So even this much of load comes in off-peak, this much of load comes up in off-peak. This is from evening to night and early in the morning. This is morning, this is evening, and this is afternoon. So this is how my the load curve has been now shifted like this, right? And according to the tariff, I'll be paying more here in the peak and lesser here. So I need to increase this consumption and I need to bring down these consumption. Anyhow, the basic fundamental here was how to utilize the battery in the most efficient way so that I'll be able to get the least of cost. So energy management will now come in here. Now, the thing is, we need to also consider there is a battery charging rate and there is a discharge rate. Efficiency is a different case. Efficiency is a different thing, but charging rate and discharging rate is also different. Charging rate is I give it a certain amount of electricity, but it does not store that much of electricity because of losses in between, because of whatever XYZ reasons are there. I give it 1 kilowatt, but it does not store that much of electricity. So, and I'm still charging it. So, I have given it 1 kilowatt, but what I find is that it has charged for like 0.95 kilowatt only. So I need to charge it further more so that it will charge to 1 kilowatt. So this is charging rate. Discharging rate, it gives me 1 kilowatt, but I don't get 1 kilowatt. I get around 0.96 or something like that. So that is discharging rate again. So this is how it works. And now what we have done is there is a cost involved here, here, and here. So we go for a normalized rating. Normalized rating is the peak is given 1, and then we divide all the other costs by that peak rate. So if peak was like 1 rupee, and I was paying 0.9 during 0.9 paise during intermediate and 0.78 paise during off peak. If this was 200, then this has to be also multiplied by 200. This is also multiplied by 200. So this is normalized rating of my what we say. Tariff. Then we designed for 3 conditions. One, that
Excuse me.
yes.
Is there any relationship between charging and discharging rate?
No, sir. It depends on the battery.
Depends upon battery.
And especially its chemical composition. As far as I know, it's basically is related with the chemical composition.
What should be the minimum charging rate and discharging rate?
So usually we find that the charging rate is above 0.9.
0.9.
0.9 it is, so it's not a big thing. I mean, so you can vary it above 0.9 to 1 somewhere. 1 you will not get because it is a practical. It's like, you know, it's not a practical system. It's a theoretical system. Ideally, you can have 1. Sorry. Practically, you cannot have one, right? So there are certain losses which we cannot explain because of its construct, because of its connections and all of it. So we take it as charging rate, charging and discharging rate. But the value,
mainly it depends upon chemical composition.
yeah, as far as I know, it is on chemical composition.
May I interfere here?
Yes,
Little
yes.
bit. This is Munmun. Yeah. So I think like the question is not clear. Who is asking this question? May I know the name?
Sangram Kishore Mahanti.
Okay. So you are asking related to what? Like, for example, for a particular appliance, a battery is there. You are talking about that, or in a home there is one battery. You are talking about that, because he is now talking about the home energy management system. So which you are talking about? Which battery?
Battery we are using at home.
So if you are talking about that, that charging and discharging would depend on, like, there is a whole range. Yesterday only it was discussed now that C1, C2, C3, C4, C. So as Dr. Badar also discussed that there is another objective of research, whole research going on, that which is the optimal rate of charging and discharging. So here at this moment that is not the concern, but of course like that also depends on the health of the battery. If you want to so, and I think like that is not at this moment related to the MS. Here the assumption is that maximum charging rate or discharging rate is a constraint to this particular objective function, like
Correct.
not this objective function, this optimization program.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I think so.
What madam has said is very important. The state of health is not considered. Then if you consider state of health, you'll have to go for techno-economic analysis of the battery also. So that is a
Exactly.
totally,
So that
totally
is not
different.
at this moment part of concern. We are assuming that part is taken care of by someone else.
Yeah. This is like assumption that this is how it will work. As a newly purchased battery which I have, practically this is how it works. So we'll be having three conditions here. In the first condition, what we have is that the battery, we are basically trying for three conditions. The battery charges in off-peak period. Off-peak period means when the cost is less, and discharges in peak period. Nothing happens during the intermediate period, means the battery will not, I'll just go here. So the battery charges during this time. I have got a battery in my house. I'll charge it, and I don't have RES right now. So I'll charge it at this time, and it will discharge at this time. No other process will happen. So this is for condition 1. Then for condition 2, what we have done is that the battery can be charged during off-peak only and can be discharged during peak and intermediate. So this and this is the time when I'll charge, and it can be discharged at this time. And the last condition is when it can be charged during E1, E3 and E5, that is off-peak and intermediate, and it can be discharged during E2, E3, E4. Now, how can this thing happen? You need to just imagine this thing. First, I said I'll charge here and discharge here. The benefits of that condition is, I'll just go to that slide also. This is how it will happen. Red means it is getting charged, green means it is getting discharged, blue means nothing is happening. So this is a condition where basically I just want to neutralize my charges. I want to just get it flat. That is all. I'm not trying to get benefit out of it. And here we found that if the battery efficiency, the round efficiency is greater than this 0.78 and less than 0.9, then this condition needs to be applied. So you can have the optimal output. Now, if in case you are, it should be between 0.78 and the ratio of off-peak and intermediate. Now, for the second condition, if it is less than 0.78 divided by 0.9 and less than 0.9, then I go for this condition where I'll have charging during off-peak period and discharging during this period. And in the last condition, what I have is if it is greater than 0.9, the efficiency of the battery, then I can have charging here. Charging can be done here also, and it can be discharged here, and here. The point is, in this particular research work, our basic fundamental was that how battery efficiency is related to the tariff. So this is a totally different kind of a topic where I personally did not expect any output, but we got some good outputs here. So battery efficiency and battery charging and discharging during a given time was related to the load distribution basically, and how the tariff will affect, means how the battery efficiency is related to the charging and discharging based on the tariff. So if the tariff also changes, then the charging and discharging of the battery patterns will also change. That means that if this value changes, then the condition that I apply in a given SHEMS will also change. If this is suppose 0.65, 0.8 and 1, then maybe the conditions may vary from time to time. So this was just a simple thing. I'll share the reference for this research work. And then I have just gathered some extensions for SHEMS. Basically, I'm running out of time. So this is one new thing, and some new things which are coming up. Neighborhood energy management I've already discussed. Neighborhood trading I mentioned. Building energy management system is what happens is you are living in an apartment. You combine up your resources, all the flat owners, and they install some plant and utilize it commonly. Neighborhood energy management means some locality, they come together and they manage their energy consumptions. Here again, there are many issues because it's energy management requires turning off the appliances also. It is not only about common generation. It's about turning off of appliances, charging of appliances at a given time and all of it. So somebody may object to the application of SHEMS. So all these things are there. Then another very good important topic coming in is community storage, where Australia is leading the race and they have installed community energy storages at different places. And this was because actually what happened is in Australia, they started installing, if you know its topology, it is a desert country. Only the shores are populated. So they started installing solar panels at a very high rate. And because of that, they had more energy than the consumption. So they started having blackouts. So as a solution to that, they started installing the community energy storages. So now that problem has been also solved, and this is a new thing coming in where you can place energy storage systems at different places for optimal utilization again. Then virtual power plants, I don't know how many of you all may be knowing it. Virtual power plants is a combination of different entities which combines a region having certain solar power plants, certain loads and all of it, and it itself acts like a power plant, which is actually not a power plant together, but it acts like a power plant. Then cloud can be there, and then I actually added this last 2 points for the electronic guys, I think so. Even electrical people can explore into it. The big data application of SHEMS. Now this is out of the topic of the FDP, but I hope the madam will not mind it. Just for data purpose, the smart meters generated around 120 GB per day in the Texas region at a given time. So if one smart meter takes a reading every 15 minutes and there are 1 million consumers, then we generate around 35 billion entries, which will go up to around 2,920 terabytes of data every year. So if really we get smart meters someday, then big data will also come in a huge way. And plus EVs, as I told you earlier, will also be generating certain data. And everything will be generating data. So big data will obviously be there. And if everything is generating data, that means IoT is also going to come into the picture. These are, I think so my time is running out. So I'll just wrap it up. I think so this is the last slide only. This is some of the regulatory bodies which are there. One is LEED is there, Indian Leadership in Energy and Environment Design. These bodies are basically there in place to monitor the installation and the working of energy in green buildings. And this IGBC also gives you certain certifications, I think so. As far as I know, one of my students recently got some certification from IGBC, where then you are qualified to design green buildings also. These are the two references that I've used. These are my recent publications. The second one gives you the details about the case study that I presented. So that would be all from my side. I think so I'm on time. Yeah, it's exactly.
Thank you. So you can, Dr. Bodhak, can you go to chat box and see the questions, because there are some questions. Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
So if you can answer one by one.
Oh my God.
Or another option is there.
No, sir. Better he goes to this chat box and see and answer.
I'm sorry. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good
Oh,
morning.
no, not that one.
Yeah. No, I'm just going one by one.
Yeah.
So good morning again to everyone.
Yeah. Starting from here.
What is the difference between smart meter and conventional meter, whether it has memory, decision making capability? No, the smart meter has got memory, has got communication, and has got decision making capability also. In some of the research papers, they are allowing smart meters to take decision also. Because what happens is there are other issues also. You have got reactive power consumption is also there. So in those cases, smart meters are really very much helpful. It may not replace the SHEML, but for reactive power management in some of the research papers, they have used smart meters. Otherwise, also they can use smart meters in other. And communication should also be there. Only digital display does not make a meter smart. In SHEMS for automation, whether smart sensors are used, and for automation, fuzzy controllers, they can be used, obviously. Is there any separate knowledge base in smart energy meter? See, if the energy meter has got its own storage, it can have a separate knowledge, but smart energy meter is basically a storage for the data that you consume. See, I told you every 15 minutes the data has to be transferred to the centralized database. So if smart meter starts storing the data, then it will vary from its own objective. So I don't think it will be going for that part. It can have a smart knowledge base, but why shouldn't I have a SHEMS in place? How to differentiate knowledge base depending on the location? And no, I didn't get this question. How to differentiate knowledge base depending on location and demand?
So who has made the question? Shantosha D, if you can clarify your question, unmute yourself.
Thank you, ma'am. So my question is, see, in Indian scenario, depending upon the location, if you go to Rajasthan, the temperature is high. If you go to Jammu, the temperature is very low. So depending upon this, how we meet our load demand? So with this knowledge base or whatever the thing of this smart energy meter condition.
Sir, I'll answer you in two ways. If you are talking about the people who are controlling the energy, then they already have the database. In fact, if you go through the POSOCO website or some other websites which control the energy and who are working on the control of energy, actually what happens is the consumption of energy starts from Assam in the morning. By the time they finish off, the consumption of energy starts in Mumbai. So we have got a very geographically spread out region, and the consumption patterns are totally different. In Himachal and there, if you have been there, I think so, till 8 o'clock you can find sun there. So the thing is, the consumption pattern is different. The only thing is you need to monitor and store data throughout, and then you can relate it. So knowledge base will obviously change from place to place. As a whole, Indian database is also there with the companies which work on it. If you're talking about your own database, then it will be generated in your house. Once you install it, then only it will start generating your own database. However, still, there are other databases related to Indian households also. There are standard databases which give you details of like 3 houses in Mumbai or something like that. So if it is only about a single house, the knowledge base is there, but it is different, obviously. The single house knowledge data is different. Country-wise, knowledge data is different. Region-wise, in fact, the data consumption is different. Specifically, like right now in Telangana, if I go to Maharashtra, the festivals will change. The eating patterns, the way of how people work change. Maybe once I had been to Kerala and I saw that people started working at 5 o'clock in the morning. The market was already open. So this does not happen in other places. So obviously the knowledge base will be different there. How communication and utility are different, are related. So the utility right now does not communicate with you until unless they give you the bill. That's it, the electricity bill. In future, what will happen is that they'll be supplying you the database. I mean, the cost of electricity, R2R electricity rates, everything, from whom you can buy from, and many other things. In fact, you may also be asked to shed your load at times. So this is how the communication will happen with from the utility. Means maybe somehow you get a message that please turn off 2 lights in your house, and if everybody turns off 2 lights in their house, the total consumption may go down. So these kinds of things may come in later on in your later on in our country. In fact, in Norway, at night they'll send you message to consume energy, and they'll pay you to consume energy. So this is how it may happen. Yeah, that means there's what are the safety rules for storage systems? So this is out of the topic. So I'll just leave this question. In India, there is much research in new energy storage. Yeah, obviously there's going on. No, sir, this is wrong, Mr. Lakshman. This is wrong. Lots of research is going on. The only thing is we are not able to get it right as such. Hopefully, we'll get it. Forecasting may be taken into account. Natural calamities cannot be taken into account, but natural events can be taken into account, like eclipse and all of it. Recently, as I mentioned, yeah, it can be taken into account. Is there any data acquisition system developed to occur? Yeah, there are, Mr. Sangram, there are some papers from NIT Silchar. They have developed smart sockets, and you can get data from there. In fact, you can also do it. You can have you need some 1 or 2 sensors. That's it. You can develop your own smart plug. So if you plug it on, you can get the data from there.
Data logger we can use, no?
Yeah. No, but you need to have sensors to measure the electricity and all of it. Yeah, thank you. Good session. Thank you. I don't know. Does the SHEMS no, right now I don't think. But see, SHEMS is not.
That's all.
It's not a target oriented. The objective will keep on changing. Thus, SHEMS is implemented right now at a very low level. What I have explained, maybe it is not there, but at a very low level, it may have been implemented. But it is a journey basically. Today, when I achieve one thing, tomorrow I'll need something else. And SHEMS right now cannot be implemented till I don't have energy rates coming in. So there are certain places where POSOCO and all of them have set up some what we say. I'm not getting the exact word. Some what we say systems for experimenting, and they are trying it there, but it's not out in the domain. When would we expect? Maybe by 2025. Thank you. Yeah, ma'am.
Please, boy.
I think so. I've answered everything. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, I think the questions are over. Or anyone has any extra question? We have like 3-4 minutes.
Oh, did I finish it up earlier, ma'am?
Yeah, you had time. I mean, I'm thankful to you that actually your time was till 11:15. So including question answered, you finished exactly like perfect time at 11 or 11:02-3. Like then we could take question. Otherwise, it happens like all the time if speakers end up in the end. That becomes difficult to take.
No, it's really a very good topic for those who want to. Even from electronics and computer science, people can jump into the topic. In fact, one of the, I shouldn't mention here, but one of the papers that I went through, which has got a large number of citations, is from a computer engineer. Unfortunately, he's from Pakistan.
No, not unfortunately.
Okay, let us.
Researchers do not like have any that like physical location or anything.
No. My point was like Indians
not
are
from India. You wanted to know not from India.
Yeah. No, I'm not talking about his being in Pakistan. the researcher not being from India having a large citation is what I'm saying, unfortunately.
So I would suggest you better mention that non-Indian.
Yeah, you can say so.
Because, yeah, this situation, it's better to mean in that way. Okay. So anyone has any other question? Otherwise, we will like formally.
Aarti Pawar has asked one question. Can we provide such topic to UG students? Yeah, my UG students are working on that only right now.
Sir, can you speak, sir? Can I speak, sir?
Yeah, sure.
Sir, just now you mentioned that these systems are not implemented in India. It is somewhere.
Correct.
But that is what should be the depth we have to provide to the UG student?
Madam, test bed won't be there, but you need to go for like theoretical part only right now. There are two ways. One is monitoring is there. So monitoring can be given to your students to get the details of how. But this is like a long project for you then in that case, right? If you have planning to give SHEMS to your UG students for 4 years, 5 years, then it is an okay thing. Because once you have got the monitoring part, you need to get the data also. Correct. The thing is, you can go for monitoring. You can put in some. You can develop some small appliances which connected with a TV can tell me whether the TV is on or not. Right now, it is available in ACs, right? So you can develop a small appliance which connected with the TV. So no matter where you are, it will tell you whether your TV is on or off.
Okay.
And you can turn on and turn off your TV from anywhere. So, or you can apply it to any other appliance also. Tube light also you can do it. So this is a simple thing that you can develop. You can start from there. Or if you are an electronics engineer or a computer engineer, then you can go for, you can start with appliance scheduling and then you can expand it to lots of things available. Lots of topics are there. I have given you one reference of mine. It talks about all the references which are there related to SHEMS. Many of the references. So you can choose your topic from there also.
So can you give these references to us?
Yeah, I'll again show it. I'll again show it to you. Just 2 minutes.
Okay, sir.
I'll just show it to you again. Yeah, the first one.
Okay, sir.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
So, Moon,
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
should we close it
Yes.
now? Okay.
Yes.
Now-
He's answering someone's question, I guess.
Yeah.
Dr. Badar is answering to someone's question. So just after this, we will.
No, that
formally-
is over now.
No, that
Because
question is over.
Oh, okay. So I hope no one has any other question at this moment. Later on, if you find any question, you can reach to Dr. Badar. And also, like many people were asking for this sharing of PPT every day. So we will share all the PPTs. If not at this moment, maybe like we will take some time and share all. Okay. Yes, sir. You conclude formally.
So, first of all, let me thank you once again. Whatever we have said about you at the beginning, I hope, Dr. Badar has
Justified.
proved the OD of that. That's the very first point, right? You have proved your ODness for all those adjectives which were added to you when we have started the show.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Now, you have gone a long way, and so many things you have said. Just to brief up, you started with smart grid. You have basically, said us the concept of consumer to prosumer, right? Then you have talked about the current situation of home automation, of current situation at home. There basically you have brought out very nicely that solar power is there, but these are not optimized. And in fact, I too was wondering sometime. In our campus, we have got 1 megawatt solar power,
Correct, sir.
right?
Yes.
But when there is a power cut, many times I wonder why this solar power has gone. We could have supplied from the solar power, right?
Yes.
And
Yes.
I got the answer from you today, right?
Thank you.
And you have very correctly mentioned also the presently batteries have been used only for that giving the connection, giving us the light during outage. And since that real-time crisis is not there, then possibly at the juncture we cannot use it for trading also. You have also said about smart home energy management system. Very nicely you have brought out the distinction between automation versus smart home energy management system. That is also very, very nice. In fact, you have given an example of, I think, was it washing machine or something, fine? So that example you have gave, AC, switching on the ACs, fine? So switching on AC may come as an automation, but that may not be a smart home management system, fine? Then you talked about, different requirement of smart home energy management system. You talked about utility, applications, storage, and renewable energy system. You talked about objective of this one. And in that objective, beside cost, what we all understand, you have very nicely explained the concept of user comfort. Fine. And very categorically, when you have mentioned that when IPL match is there, and if someone asks me to switch on my TV, I will be the extremely odd man. Fine. Yeah. You have very nicely explained the concept of demand response. Fine. And by saying that, yes, the load of washing machine can be shifted instead of peak hours to less peak hours. Right. And then different factor of smart home energy management system that you have said, RES and electric vehicles, tariff, forecasting, hardware, and all those. And additionally, you have given to all our participants, including me, some research areas also. You talked about techno-economic analysis of energy storage, then round-trip efficiencies of battery. You have discussed on real-time pricing. Fine. You talk lots of things on the forecasting and the new terminology that we have got, neighborhood trading. Right. And let me tell you, this is something which I'm hearing for the first time from you. Right. And like me, maybe there are some more participants here. They have neighborhood trading. And then you have discussed their different analyzing techniques. You talked about ANM, GA, fuzzy, and whatnot. All those can be, right? Then battery efficiencies versus load distribution, the work that you have conducted, and you were also very surprised with the outcome of that. That was very nicely explained. And finally, you have talked about the extension of smart home energy management system. And those building energy management system, neighborhood energy management system, community storage, virtual power plant, cloud, big data, right? And IoT. And then finally, you have ended up nicely with the green building regulation body. I think you have started very nicely and you have concluded also very nicely, right? And besides this,
thank you.
The way you have presented, it was excellent. I hope all of us has understood from your what you wanted to convey. It was perfectly and effective communication. And with this note, if Munmun has, from my side, my personal thanks to you. As a coordinator, my thanks from the department. Thank you for your excellent presentation. Now I hand over to Munmun. If she needs to add anything.
Sir, you have you all the time cover everything, as Dr. Badar has covered everything. You have also covered again everything. We brief it down, so I have nothing to say except he's saying big thank you. And also okay, I would like to say few participants who are still present, some have left, that see sometimes it happens few lectures are for basically motivating you to giving you some new ideas. So here instead of talking about the big research he has done or the outcome of the research, what I think to take away from this is like what is the scenario at this moment, as the area is not very old, everyone is not familiar with all these terminologies also. So I'm really thankful that he has taken this much of trouble to think about this diversity of the participants' background, and he has introduced all the terminologies so that everyone can understand. As I said, the objective of this FDP is like to make you expert in the field, but to motivate you in this field or what is at this moment scenario. Maybe some of the speakers will take up to the detail of the research, but like particularly for this one, this was very really helpful for upcoming few lectures also. So probably you have made my job also easier when I will be talking about the electric vehicle or something. That time all these things, some of them would come up. So thank you again. So it was really nice. So see you soon, maybe sometime in our campus or your campus or somewhere else. Okay.
Hopefully, ma'am. Hopefully.
So conclude the section. Maybe we can meet later. Okay. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For participants, we will join at 11:40. All of you. We have next session at 11:45. So join 11:40.
So will they disconnect or let the connection be there?
Let it be. No problem. But we can.
Oh, thank you. Thank you once again, Dr. Badar.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
ಹಾಕಕ್ಕೇನಿಲ್ಲ ಎಲ್ಲ ಹತ್ರದಲ್ಲೇ ಇದ್ರೆ ಹಾಕೋದು ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ನಿನ್ ಜೊತೆನೆ ಇರ್ತಾರಲ್ಲ ಖುಷಿ ಜೊತೆ ಓಡೋದ್ರೆ ನಂಗೆ ಗೊತ್ತಿಲ್ಲ
ನಮ್ದು ಹೆಂಗೆ ಮ್ಯೂಟ್ ಮಾಡೋದು
ಅಲ್ಲಿ ವಿಡಿಯೋ
So whoever has joined the meeting, please wait for some time as our speaker is yet to join the meeting. Once he joins, I will just start. Okay, so here is our speaker.
Yeah. Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, you are audible but not visible. Could you please like make your video turn on or put it on?
Okay. All right.
Okay. Like while I introduce you to the participants.
Okay.
I have got some network issue. Maybe my voice is becoming little
So
delayed.
that's one of the reasons why I'm not turning off on my video, because same here there it will take away the bandwidth. So that's why.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
for a few minutes. Yeah, for a few minutes.
I'm not able. It's not audible. It's your voice is breaking, madam.
For a few minutes.
Okay. Sure.
just during introduction maybe.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Okay, let me just try with some other device. Yeah, better I put it. Yeah, just give me 2 minutes time. I think this is the problem of my laptop, but still you give it. I am back. Okay. Sorry for keeping you wait. Okay, so I think whoever has joined, I'll start the session as already we are like 2-3 minutes, almost 5 minutes delay. So here is Dr. Somnath Sengupta, the speaker of the second session of second day, this 5-day event. Welcome, Dr. Sengupta, and thank you for agreeing to be the part of this one and like giving this lecture to us. And here a little introduction to Dr. Sengupta. He is currently working as assistant professor in Advanced Technological Development Center at IIT Kharagpur. And he has more than 12 years of industrial R&D experience in various engineering domains. He has completed his master's from IIT Bombay and PhD from IIT Kharagpur, and he has worked in, as I said, various companies like CMC Limited in R&D section, Ericsson Sweden, Eaton Electricals USA, MKSI USA, Swift Monorail New Zealand, General Motors R&D section, and then Automotive Research Association of India RI R&D section, as well as KPIT Technologies. All he has worked as R&D section, and he has been he has received the AU award. This WOW award is from KPIT R&D and Innovator from KPIT, Special Recognition Award from TCS Ericsson, and QAT Merit Scholarship during his studies. And he has published many international journals and conferences, more than 20. He has one granted patent, US patent, which is already granted, and he has multiple patent filed at this moment. He has worked various funded projects by various agencies like hello. Someone please just give me a minute after. Yeah, I have muted him. Okay, yeah, sorry. Okay, so as I was saying, he's associated with many research projects funded by various agencies. So one is he's working on HEV, hybrid electric vehicle, with Tata Motors and MHRD. And he's working on building indigenous components for smart e-rickshaw. This is funded by NIT, that is Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. Then motor modeling for fault diagnosis by Eaton Innovation Center, and fault control of electric vehicle by IIT Kharagpur, and consultancy project with TCS and on robotics. So he has many other things to say about Dr. Dasgupta, but we don't have time to say all these things. We again welcome Dr. Dasgupta, and now the place is yours. Please.
Okay, thank you. Actually, I'm Sengupta.
I will mute.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you for the introduction. And I am Sengupta, by the way. Okay.
Sorry, Dr. Sengupta.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm just sharing my screen. Please let me know when it's visible. So at the same time, I'll be switching off my video
Yeah,
as well.
it's visible.
Proper. Okay. So is this visible now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'll be speaking about some aspects of energy management for hybrid electric vehicles, specifically predictive control-based energy management, which I specifically work on or predominantly work on. And I think I have given a similar kind of lecture, but not very similar in NIT Silchar itself around 2-3 weeks back. But then this is the introductory parts will be nearly same, but the predominant top or contents will be the 2 case studies which I'm going to present. So anyway, so I'll start with since this is all about hybrid electric vehicles, let me start with let me start with the automotive in our daily lives. So with the importance of that. So it satisfies many needs, luxury, quality of life, and transport of goods and all, followed by positive impacts, employment patterns, social interactions, all these things. And then there are negative impacts also on the environment, even impacting social life also because of over dependency on the automotive systems. Then the focus on the performance is mostly rather the performance. What people understand is in terms of drivability, then the cost also, or rather the cost versus benefit. Then you have the reliability, how reliable the vehicle is. Then emissions and pollution, which drivers don't bother, but the government is all across the world, they are bothering about that. Then the energy consumption, the fuel consumption.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Can you use color pointer so that it is better to look at?
Okay, thank you for the suggestions. So what I'll do is I'll use a color pointer, and then 1 minute, pointer options. So what is your favorite color?
Yes.
What is your favorite color, Dr. Mohanty? He is asking. Speaker is asking for your favorite color.
Any color,
Any
yellow or
color.
green.
Okay.
Green color.
Okay, I'll just try to. This is a pointer option. 1 minute. I have just chosen this felt tip pen, which is red. Okay, so this is not. Pointer option, arrow option. Is visible? No, I'm not able to.
This is arrow actually.
Yeah.
So laser you can choose.
Where is the laser?
I think in that point, maybe in down somewhere. Where was that laser?
This is eraser.
No, there was some laser. Oh, okay. So whatever you were getting, but somewhere was there lasers. But it's okay.
Okay, maybe this is
Ball
a pen.
point pen, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't see any pointer option, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Or maybe this is.
No,
Screen, switch program, pointer options.
in pointer only it was.
Last.
Okay. To continue.
Okay, you have to just
that arrow.
Look at my arrow.
Visible. It's visible.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that, but yeah. So in the interest of time, I'm not exploring much on that. So yeah, so these are the focus areas: traffic, speed, power testing. So plenty of objectives to satisfy here, and the complexity is there. So that's why there is tremendous research going on in the performance of automotive systems. And these are the performance aspects. But what exactly is this automotive system? Is this electrical? Is this mechanical? Is this electronics? Or is this software? Or is it just the safety aspect? In fact, it is a mixture of all. That means it's a mixture of all domains of engineering. You name it. It can be electrical, mechanical, electronics, software, even metallurgy, chemical. All these domains of engineering, and in fact, some so there are the psychological aspects also. So everything, I mean, for all the qualities, all the characteristics of this vehicle, all the domains of engineering and science and maybe humanities also, they come into picture to shape the present day automotive system that we have. So by psychology, I mean it also depends on the ergonomics or the looks and feels, not the ergonomics is one part when you're driving or when you're sitting in the vehicle, but the other part is the external beauty of the vehicle, whether how appealing it is to the customer. So all these things, all of them play a good role, and then that's why everybody comes together and tries to deliver a very high quality vehicle which is acceptable in the market. Now, again, these are some of the industries associated, automotive industries: General Motors, Mercedes, Ford, Volvo, Toyota, Fiat, Chrysler, so this is what this is what we understand, right, by looking at the industry, automotive industries that we have, but or getting a job in an automotive industry. But it's much more than that. There are associated industries also which deliver tools, which deliver products for components for these industries. So there is a company from AVL, I think it's from Germany. They deliver powertrain component systems, engine test beds, instrumentation, simulation software. So they're quite advanced test tricks. They give very advanced test tricks. Then there is some software simulation tool called MSM. Then we have Simulation X, again from Germany. So they are very good in interdisciplinary software for system simulation. So you can do mechatronic things, you can develop controller around it, and basically you'll get a very realistic model. So apart from that, you have things like the D-Space solutions both in the hardware as well as software models, which will again help you shape the development of the automotive systems, because you cannot just directly fit some ECU in a car, right? So before that, there are years and years of work in the simulation environment, followed by hardware and loop testing environment and all. And then once you're satisfied in these environment, then you port it to an ECU, and all the kinds of things, that the rapid prototyping, and then you do use a more production-oriented ECU, and then you test it, and all these things. So plenty of industries associated here. It's not just the vehicle. So this knowledge of automated systems will not only get you a job in these industries, but there are many industries which are dependent on the automotive industry, and similarly the automotive industries are again dependent on these associated industries. So of course we cannot never ignore Bosch. Bosch has huge contribution to the components of the vehicle, modern day vehicles, especially for controls, ECU controls, actuators, brakes, and all. And then we have the Eaton. So mostly they work on heavy equipments, but again, nevertheless, on controls and many other controls and energy and storage, you name it. I mean, they are into plenty of domains. So, but again, they also cater to the automotive industries that we see. Okay, now let me start with what we understand by the vehicle. By the vehicle, we understand it is supposed to deliver some speed, right? At the end of the day, okay, maybe the fuel consumption, but the fuel consumption is a result of driving, the result of delivering speed. So there's a set of standard speed profiles called driving cycles. So which are characteristics of different places, let's say India, USA, Japan, you name it, and it also represents the traffic conditions, the driver behavior, or rather the aggressiveness of the driver, and plenty other factors. And this way, it creates a driving profile. So they can be expressed in terms of speed versus time, which is very, very common. And then you can also have speed versus distance. At different distances, what are the different speeds? And they're characterized by distance, duration, and average speed. These are some of the drive cycles, but there are plenty more. And this is NEDC drive cycle, FTP 75, HWVT. So yeah, I'll just MIDC is mixed Indian drive cycle. They are typically used in ARAI, which I used to work on a few 5-6 years back. It's called Automotive Research Association of India. So they so one of the work, they have many departments of powertrain, structural dynamics lab, and also it's under Ministry of Heavy Industries, and they develop standards, and then they test it, and no car in India can run without the certification of ARAI, and that's what they have made. This is called mixed Indian drive cycle. So I'll come to that. So based on this, the vehicle is tested under these speed conditions, and then the fuel consumption, the emissions, all these aspects are recorded for the vehicle to characterize its performance. Okay. So other drive cycles are NEDC drive cycle, FTP 75 drive cycle. You see that this is quite aggressive. So what it means is not just, you come to think of it, it's not just some simple set of speed points and time, right? So it means that the vehicle is accelerating here. This means that it's trying to reduce to some extent, and this means this proportion of the the speed profile is it just there's a certain deceleration. That is, there is some kind of braking. So a lot of operating modes that we are able to see here. So in this, there is a certain acceleration, there is huge torque demand, and then you have the huge amount. If there's a motor, you'll see huge amount of current inrush in the motor, and then there is some regenerative braking, and then regenerative braking might happen. Or maybe the vehicle is slowing down, then it will go through different operating conditions, and then you can see during maybe in the steady state region. So maybe this is very very aggressive drive cycle, but maybe in case of let's say this NEDC drive cycle, it is still constant. So here the vehicle operates under different operating conditions. So that is, and that because of that, the efficiency points at different points are also different, and the emissions are also different because the engine or the motor, it goes through those operating conditions. So their performance characteristics differ. So again, this is again HEFT. So you'll see that it never goes to zero speed, unlike the other drive cycles, and it's mostly for highway. It's highway drive cycle, and it's so here this is actually miles per hour. It's quite great. It's not kilometers per hour, and then most of the time you don't get much of rest of the vehicle. So continuously the vehicle is under high speed operation. I have spoken about that. Now coming to powertrain, because I'll be talking about the powertrain part. It's like the propulsion, but the energy, the providing part for the vehicle. So you have this engine. That's why it's called powertrain. It supplies power to the wheels. And you start with the engine, and then it follows with the clutch. This is a conventional powertrain, by the way. You start with the clutch, and then this is the transmission, which multiplies the clutch will engage and disengage the engine, and then there's a transmission which will multiply torque and divide speed, and it's like a transformer. Let's for those of you who are from electrical department. And then you come to the final drive. So final drive and the differential, I would say. So this actually splits the torque into maybe two halves, or depends on the type of differential, but it splits it into 90 degrees. The torque from here goes to the differential, and then it splits into two parts. May not be equal. And the other part of the differential is also that let's say the vehicle, when it makes a turn, the inner wheel rotates at lower speed, the outer wheel rotates at higher speed. To negotiate the turn properly, again the differential is responsible for proper allocation of the proper distribution of the speed, so that they can turn at different, the wheels can turn at different angular speeds. Okay, and yeah, so I just talked about this: engine, transmission, drive, shafts, final differentials, etc. So the power flows like this and all the way to the wheels, and it gets affected by the resistance of the road, and then the aero drag also. It has to overcome this aero drag, and but it may be experienced at the frontal part of the vehicle, and then the gradient and all these things. So ultimately, the power has to reach the wheels. That's why the wheels can rotate at some speed. Okay, and in the process, it consumes energy. So driveline, it consists of the so the driveline is this part mostly, and modeling approach. So yeah, so we can model this and by combining different inertias, and there'll be some finite amount of shaft flexibility. So they are not zero, and that will cause some kind of spring damper kind of effect, torsional effect. And we use this Newton's second law, which says net force is equal to mass into acceleration, or net torque is equal to inertia into angular acceleration. So that will be heavily used for describing the differential equations here. Yeah, I mean, there's just, yeah, the different lower gear will result in higher torque transfers and higher torsion. Okay, now coming to HEV, I have spoken about the conventional vehicle, which you are already familiar with. Now, the configuration of HEV is, this is a parallel hybrid electric vehicle, which I'll be speaking about. So why parallel? Because the energy management strategy is a little bit more complex as compared to, not little bit, considerably complex as compared to a series hybrid electric vehicle. And so because they have two torques, at the wheels, it requires torque to drive the wheels, but this torque comes from two sources. One is from the engine, the other is from the motor. But whereas in a series, the entire torque is delivered by the motor, and the engine behaves as the driving. It drives the motor in generator mode, and then it produces electric energy in the battery, which gets stored, and then it gets this battery again power is extracted from the motor. But ultimately, the mechanical power that is delivered is only by the motor in case of series hybrid electric vehicle. But for parallel hybrid electric vehicle, the mechanical power delivered is by both, the combination of both. So this is some torque coupling mechanism here. And these engines and motor, for again coming back to the parallel HEV, so these motors and engine, they deliver this torque, and then you have this driveline torque, and then it is the wheel will start rotating. Okay, so what is the need for this? So need for is to minimize the fuel consumption. Then you have the emission legislation which is becoming stricter day by day because of the global warming, which is being talked about across the globe. So we want to minimize the dependency of fossil fuels, and that's why we have this motor to assist, so that some part of the load torque will be taken care of by motor. Then you have the smaller ratings of, you can use a smaller rating of engine. You can use a smaller rating because they're sharing the load, right, of the attractive effort of the vehicle. Now there is something called a supervisory controller, which is like, as the name suggests, supervisory. It's like a high-level controller, which is responsible for interacting with the engine control unit, the motor control unit, the battery management system, and even the transmission control unit, and it tries to manage things. So not just for control, but for diagnostics as well. Okay, so it does many things. One of the most important things, and it's for this presentation, the torque split. The torque split defines the type of energy management that will happen. So it is the ratio of the torque across the motor and the engine that will define the fuel consumption and also the overall energy consumption. So we can play around with the torque split in an optimal manner to achieve optimal energy consumption. Then it also maintains battery limits. So it has to maintain this SOC. So typically practical SOC values are between 0.2 to 0.8 or 0.9. So it's not 0 SOC or 1 SOC. So practical battery limits. So we assume, so I've seen many people assume these impractical values, but it's not correct. It has to have some minimum SOC value, and for maximum also. And then we have the drivability. So the net torque demanded at the wheel should be satisfied by both the engine and the motor. And the diagnostics are also there. So if anything happens, it should report. There are some fault codes here. And as I already mentioned, it interacts with various electronic units for proper coordination and proper operation of the hybrid electric vehicle. Now, coming to this, supervisory controller energy management, CEM stands for energy management. There are different schemes. So I just named a few which are quite commonly used. One is the rule-based strategy. So this rule-based strategy is used by several old hybrid electric vehicles, older. But yeah, nowadays more and more vehicle manufacturers are using this, trying to use, or rather in the R&D stage, equivalent consumption minimization strategy. It's much more popular. But then they're also using this model priority control based control or energy management strategy, so that we can have optimal, because this is not only this is a MIMO system. but there are plenty of constraints. The multiple objective functions are there. So that is why such complex structures, such complex requirements can be satisfied by model parity control. So that's why people have also used it, and they have in R&D stages and all, they have demonstrated that it is beneficial. Okay, so there are some interesting YouTube videos you can go through. I'll be sharing the slides, so you can go through these videos. Now coming to, now we are going deep dive into the aspects of these energy management, and so these are the elements. I mean, this is very obvious. It consists of battery, and then it consists of motor and controller. So these parameters such as cell, battery, voltage, capacity, energy store. So these are important again. So charging, discharging for a given power. So there are so you have to model the battery. You have to understand the battery. Then you have a motor, induction motor, PMSM, BLDC with controller. So these are some of the aspects: torque, speed, characteristics, derivation, and model. And then you have to model that. You have to understand the torque speed characteristics, rather torque speed efficiency characteristics, because at different combinations of torque and speed, you have different efficiencies. Because of different efficiencies, the energy consumption, even for the same power demand, is different. So that we have to be conscious about. Then these are again related to these losses, efficiency expression, which is again depends on the current, the frequency, and all. And then for multiple quadrant operation of motor, you can have this braking, regenerative braking here. Again, different components of the HEV: engine and controller, motor and controller, battery and battery management system. Then you have the transmission. It can be manual transmission, it can be automatic manual transmission, or it can be automatic transmissions. Okay, and then this is an important part: the vehicle dynamics, the speed of the vehicle, the longitudinal speed, the lateral speed, the tire dynamics, the interaction with the effect on the traffic and all. So all these considerations are there. So these are mostly for the modeling part. And then of course we have the supervisory controller. It's like some kind of brain of the hybrid electric vehicle, which tries to manage things. Now, after I talk about the supervisory controller, I'll talk about the efficiency points. So if you see in an engine, that this is a map of an engine. At different combinations of torque and speeds, you have these onion curves, contours, efficiency contours, or rather fuel consumption contours. So the red ones will show 250 grams per kilowatt hour. That means, or rather 250 or 255 or 260. That means for the same output energy, for the same output mechanical energy that it is giving, it will consume less fuel. So we would like to operate it on this operating point. But at let's say at lower torque, or at all these operating points, or at lower engine points also, that in these, or rather all these controls have throughout them have the same fuel consumption. We can see that they have higher, or rather lower. This is the consumption is higher actually. The consumption of fuel is higher, which is not a good thing. We want less consumption of fuel for the same output power or output energy. Similarly, the motor also has, so this is the maximum torque envelope, and then the motor also has these efficiency contours. So at different combinations of torques and speeds, we can have different. So in this case, the red one is showing 90% efficiency. We'll try to operate it in this zone, because for the same output mechanical power, we have to consume less input electrical power. Okay, so this is again a general structure of hybrid electric vehicle. So you have this lookup table, you have the accelerator pedal from the driver at certain speeds, and then there will be some interpretation saying that this much from the lookup table. So it will say that this much amount of torque has to be required, and then it will be split. There will be some optimal splitting strategy. That is one part of it. There are other parts also, like diagnostics and all, but the optimization can happen here, or it can be, it may not be optimization. It can be just some heuristic based if then else kind of statement, but it will be quite elaborate and extensive, so that good amount of justice is given to the torque demand, as well as the the efficiency conditions, the efficiency of motor and engines and their requirements and the battery effects, and also all these. So there are different ways of generating the optimal torque splits, and based on this, you can give the right amount of torque command to the motor here. So the motor will receive some torque command. So let's say that I need 120 Newton meter of torque. So total that has to be delivered by the motor and engine is 120 Newton meter. So in that case, maybe 100 Newton meter can be from engine, or 20 Newton from motor, or vice versa. So based on the situation, that let's say that the energy is okay. Let's say that the energy is the energy in the battery is quite less. So we'll use more of engine, less of motor, or rather, let's say that in some place the emissions are quite high. We don't at that operating condition the emission will be high. So what we do is we don't use too much of motor, sorry, too much of engine, and we'll use more of motor. And yeah, so this is yeah, and then finally this torque will go to the transmission. The transmission will again do some multiplication and all. And then that will end up in delivering power at the wheels, and then there'll be some vehicle speed that will develop, not just longitudinally but laterally also, based on the steering action. In short, this is the I would say the moment I would say that this is in short this is a simple architecture of the hybrid electric vehicle structure, and this is the role of the supervisory control, and some part of it is the MP's model predictive control, or it can be ECMS, or it can be any kind of technique to give the right amount of torque split. It will take different inputs like the motor current, what is the engine speed, the mass effort. So there's all kinds of things it will do, and it will make the best possible decision. So that the right amount of total, first of all, the total torque has to be demanded. The total demanded torque is met, and right amount of torque and speed are delivered by the motor engine. Now coming back again to the powertrain systems, we can start with the Newton's law. One minute, I'll just. Am I audible? First of all, yeah.
Yes, you are audible. Now he is not audible, right?
Yes,
Oh.
ma'am.
Yeah, Dr. Sengupta, you are there?
Hello?
Yeah, you were there? We couldn't
Yeah, I'm
hear
there. Yeah,
Okay.
no, I had to. Yeah.
You are present. Okay.
Yeah, present. I had to just leave.
Okay. Fine,
Yeah.
fine.
Okay. So should I continue?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please.
So again, coming back to this basics of powertrain systems. So it's based on this Newton's second law. The net force is equal to mass into acceleration. And let's say that there is some net force in the vehicle, and the vehicle moves with some acceleration du by dt, and u is the longitudinal speed of the vehicle. Okay. And so there are different forces acting on the vehicle. In short, and this is a very simplistic this is a very these are the longitudinal forces on the front and rear axles, and these are the resistive forces. Again, because of this force, there is a net mass and acceleration. Mass is always there. There is a net acceleration. This is a resistive force. The resistive force is the aero drag, the rolling resistance, and the gradient force. This is this is in a nutshell. This is what I'm trying to tell you. So all these forces are acting here. Gradient and yeah. So these are the expressions for this. So rolling resistance. This is the expression for gradient force, and this is the expression for. This is the expression for the aero drag. So rho A is the area, the density of air. CD is the coefficient of discharge. AF is the frontal area. So CD and AF is what makes it the it is an effective frontal area. So that's why you have sports cars have very streamlined bodies, because the CD is very small, so effective area is less, so aero drag is less. And so having said that, I would like to mention that this speed, this U, is very important. So that is the reason why I had talked about this drive cycle in the first place, because this drive cycle is nothing but speed the vehicle goes through, right? And then now you understand the impact of speed. The speed has impact on the, not just the aero drag, but to some extent, to some lesser extent maybe, on the acceleration that is produced. Okay, so on the acceleration that is produced, and also because of that you need more torque, and also there is something called the rolling resistance. Some parameter of the rolling resistance is also weakly dependent on the speed of the vehicle. Okay, but weakly means the coefficient is of smaller value. So all these values, they contribute to the total torque demand of the vehicle, and that's why speed is important. And that's why different drive cycles, you have different different energy consumption. Even if you are let's say you're going from point A to point B, if you're going from point A to point B, and you're covering the same distance, but you're going through different speed profiles, then also you'll have different energy consumption, because different torque demands, you will go through different torque demands and speed combinations. And we have seen here, right, that different torque speed combinations will have impact on the fuel consumption, and also on the on the speed consumption, and also in the the fuel consumption, also in the energy consumption of the motor. Okay, and so this is one rule-based strategy. It's again used in many vehicles like Toyota Prius and all still. So they use based on their experience and all. It's not a very mathematical way of finding out the best torque split conditions for the hybrid electric vehicle. So one is that under different conditions, it will check whether you have sufficient, whether the torque max, let's say that you demanded a torque net, let's say of 100 Newton meter, and then at that speed the maximum motor torque that it can deliver is, let's say, 120 Newton. So that means the motor has the capability to deliver the net torque demanded. So you can be in the motor only mode, but whether there is sufficient charge or not. Okay, so whether the battery has enough charge or not. So only when these two conditions are satisfied, then you use it in motor only mode. But you can always also use it in engine only mode or in hybrid mode, regenerative braking mode. So all these different modes you just allocate. So that it used to be, I mean, because Toyota Prius again is an old vehicle, even though it's from Japan, so they have a very sophisticated way of much more elaborate than this way of understanding how to allocate the torque and engine torque and motor torque to the vehicles, and then including so to make it in hybrid mode also. So this is for different speed and engine torque. These are the suggested modes. This is only motor only mode at a very high speed and very high torque. This is you do the power assist, so both engine and motor will be there. So so this is about the energy management algorithm. So one is, I'll be talking about the other algorithms in the subsequent case studies. So this was kind of like the introductory slides, and this was the instance. So I'll be talking about two case studies here. So one is about the predictive supervisory controller for an HEV operating in a zero emission zone. So this is again, actually this paper was presented in ITEC USA in Michigan. I think it was in the year 2019 maybe. Yeah, last year or maybe 2018 December something. So this is about how to use the energy management strategy and make the HEV work in run in the zero emission zone also. So that means in several parts of Europe, and there are talks also in India, that different zones will be demarcated as zero emission zones. So zero emission zones means are very low emission zones. So I think I had gone to UK also, so they had some low emission zones, and so there is coming up actually. So they follow strictly these emission zones. So that means in that case you have to in those places either the HEV has to work in EV mode or electric vehicle mode, or any electric vehicle can go through, so that the emission is less. So yeah, so this is the problem, requirement of HEVs in Indian market, introduction of low or zero emission zones. So this is talks are going on heavily, and conventional energy management strategy. So using this energy management strategy, how can we achieve this? I mean, achievement means it's not a very big deal, because only during this low emission zones or zero emission zones, I should be capable of using my HEV as a pure electric vehicle if it is zero emission zone. So how can I do that? If I have sufficient charge in the remaining in my or rather energy, electric energy remaining in my battery, to sustain the entire span of the zero emission zone, then I think it'll be I can manage. Okay. So that what we do is there's something called the energy consumption minimization strategy which we're using, and we do some modifications on that, so that to enable the vehicle to operate in the zero emission. So this is this depicts the nature actually. So let's say this is the distance we are going through, some distance, and this is the drive cycle. Drive cycle is, I mentioned, is a speed, acceleration, constant, deceleration. Again, acceleration, constant, deceleration. So this is the drive cycle of the place. And so during this time, let's say the government has asked us that we should not emit anything during this time. So not emitting is fine, but how to achieve it? Only if we have sufficient charge left, right? SOC at this point, state of charge. So we have to manage the energy in such a way that we have sufficient charge left here, so that by the end of this zero emission zone, I can, even if it is this is the SOC minimum, even if it is let's say 20%. So if it achieves 20%, then it's fine. At least I'm not compelled to use the engine, okay, because I had sufficient charge in the in the battery, so I could use it. So how do I do that? So there are different. Anyway, this is the buffer zone. This shaded region is the buffer zone, and this is the leading buffer zone. This is a trailing buffer zone. So what do I do is so in one zone I just use it as a normal HEV with a normal energy management of the HEV, and then from certain distance I become conscious. I say that no, I need to save my electric energy in such a way that by the time I reach my starting of the zero emission zone, the motor will kick in, and then the motor will satisfy the speed demand of the vehicle. So what do I do? I have to do this. For that, I have to do a lot of predictions in advance. I need to know the model of the system, and I'll do in the prediction that if the vehicle is moving in this speed and all, and then that is the assumption. And if the vehicle is moving this speed, then what will be the energy consumption, and how much energy is likely to be expended in the battery. And from that I do some back calculations, and then I say that okay, for that I need this amount of SOC ref. Mind you, this is again there is some increase in the SOC. Why is that happening? Because there was some regenerative action. Okay, there was some drop in speed in that, because that was the demand of the drive cycle. So that's why you have the drop in speed, but at the same time we had some increase. So we consider all these factors, and then we do a prediction in advance, and then we choose that distance from which we can start. So from which we can start. In which we can start using the engine more and the battery less. So in this case, that's why you see that this is red is nothing but the emission. The emission is increasing because I was using more of engine. I was saving the SOC. I was saving the electric thing. I was regenerating also. I was using the engine as to drive the generator, and then it was regenerating some, the engine was regenerating some amount of energy back to the battery, and that's why at the expense of that there was some emission here. So before the zero emission, or before the buffer, there was some there was some emission, but of course after that there was some tapering of the emissions, and then there was no emission in the zero emission zone, and again there was some taper, higher taper, I mean positive taper in the and again it was there. So this is the buffer zone again. So this is about what is to be achieved, and this is what we achieved also. Yeah, so this is the architecture of the P2 hybrid vehicle. So there is a there are different architectures of HEV. In this case, the clutch is here. Before that, there's a motor. So this is again coaxial, motor and engine are coaxial. So this is not a series hybrid electric vehicle, but because the torque generated by the motor as well as the engine, both of them get added up here, and then they pass through there. So mechanical delivery, so the mechanical power that you get is through the mechanical output torque of or mechanical output torque here is actually is function of the mechanical torque generated by the motor plus the mechanical power generated by the engine. So this is not a series HEV. And of course, because there's a motor, there is some power electronic circuitry there and all, so they produce this. Yeah, so the energy management system that we are talking about, this is part of the supervisory controller. So there is a supervisory controller here, and it takes in different things like the SOC, and it reads the speed and all, speed of the engine, the vehicle speed, the motor speed and all, and then based on that, it gives the right amount of gear ratio to the transmission control unit and the body chassis also. So, but again, that's a different thing. But mostly it gives the right amount of torque command to the, for our case, the most amount torque command to the engine control unit and the motor control unit. Okay, and yeah, so this is again in short, this is the P2 HEV, and these are just blown up versions of that. So basically what we are interested in, yeah, so for the time being, we are assuming that optimal gear ratios are also given, but it impacts the operating conditions. But we are most, for this purpose, we are most concerned about what are the torque demands or torque commands actually being given by the supervisory controller to the engine control unit and the motor control unit, so that the energy consumption minimization can happen, and all these things can happen, right? Whether we can safely drive the vehicle in electric vehicle mode across the zero emission zone, which is this dark gray area. Okay. And this is the electronics and the mechanical connections. They are always connected by two CAN buses. Okay. And yeah, there is something called the high speed CAN, and there is on the low speed CAN. Okay, so these are the parameters of the Honda Insight model, which is from Advisor. So there is a software called Advisor, and it's validated. It's claimed that it is validated. Honda Insight model, and the model is validated with spectral data, and yeah, you can see many conference papers and journals. They use this as a reference to generate their results. Okay, so yeah, it's pack voltage 144, cell voltage 140. So these are all practical parametric data of the Honda Insight model, which is in the simulation environment. Yeah, so this is the conventional ECMS algorithm. So it's not very complicated. So we are trying. This is the cost function actually. So the cost function says that instantly what is my fuel consumption, and instantly what is my the electric power consumption, which is obviously from the battery. And how is the consumption happening? Because Tm into omega m is the mechanical output power of the motor, and then if we divide by the efficiency of the motor with tau m and omega m, which is again the efficiency is again, I've told you, right, that efficiency is again the function of torque and speed, which mostly maybe nonlinear is actually. And then we have the power consumption of the motor input, which has to be given at the input, and this is the fuel consumption. This fuel consumption is also similar. This is the mechanical output power of the motor. The engine, Te into omega A. Like power is equal to torque into speed. Rather, the mechanical power is torque into speed. then we divide it by the effective efficiency. So we saw that BSFC, right? So it's roughly it is proportional to the inverse of the efficiency. So from the BSFC curve of the engine, we find out the efficiency of the engine, and we divide by the efficiency of the engine, and then both of them we convert that to either fuel per second or electric power, or rather electric power, or electric energy per second. So this is the overall cost function, and yeah, this is the penalty factor. This is the penalty or some kind of weightage factor. So if it is a higher weightage, then we'll use less of motor. If it's lesser motor, lesser value, use more of motor here. So this is, you can say, this is a penalty factor as well as this is a this is a penalty as well as weightage factor as well. So yeah, they are related again, and they're subject to different constraints. So the constraints are SOC, battery, power, motor, torque, engine torque, shaft. Okay, and then this is not very much used. So we used this. There is another paper in which we published. I have not shown it for the time constraints. So this is to make the penalty more intelligent. So it is again it can so typically this S is a function of state of charge. So this is the state of charge. So based on the state of charge, this weightage function, or rather the penalty function, will change, and that will change the overall optimization optimal arguments also. So effect of penalty function of this. So when SOC is more than target SOC, so we have this minimum and maximum SOC. So will penalize the S will penalize the cost function so that the motor will discharge the battery more. Okay, so it will try to discharge the battery more because because of this value. So the value will change. Of course, this S star is also a tuning parameter. So when SOC is less than the SOC, S will penalize the cost, so the battery will charge the battery more. So on one hand, if the SOC is less, the battery will be charged more. If the SOC is higher, then the more of motor will be used. So that is how it is designed. But this is slow. It will not happen instantly. It will happen with subsequently with time. And this is a equality constraint that the total engine torque, the optimal, or rather the optimal engine torque and the optimal motor torque that we are producing here should be equal to the torque demand under all situations. Now coming back to our case study again, this is our case study. This is, I've talked about this trailing and leading buffers, zones, SOC, and there are different modes actually. There are mode 1, state 1, state 2, state 3, state 4, state 5. So what happens in this mode is, I think we are will be having some time issues. So yeah, the torque demands over the drive cycle. So we'll calculate what is the SOC reference. The SOC reference is that reference that I need to reach, right? So this is the reach I need to reach. So I start predicting in advance, and then I start entering, and then I keep on evolving actually. And then I calculate the D min. The D min is the distance from which I'll start becoming conscious, and I'll save electric energy so that my battery SOC will go to a decent level. And that is the D min start. So D min from the reverse actually. So don't consider from the beginning. It will be from the reverse. Yes.
As it is a dynamic control, so it should be multi-dimensional.
What do you mean by multi-dimensional?
Multi-dimensional means so many factors are taken into account.
Okay.
So in that case, how can we optimize the control?
How can we optimize the control? So here in this case, it's all about SOC. Our own parameter is based on SOC here. If you see, so it is only based on SOC. It's only based on the energy here. Okay. So you were talking about multiple constraints are there, but there is just one parameter. So if you say that actually we are if you see this torque demand at each point, this is constant. Okay. So there is only one parameter here, the motor torque, and the other parameter is T demand minus motor torque. Okay. So there is only one parameter here.
Okay.
Okay. That's a good question. Thank you for asking. Okay, so yeah, so that's why we have simplified that. I'll come to that again. So it's all about energy, how to save the right amount of energy, and under different situations. So multi-dimension, these are all sequential things. It's not happening at the same time. So first it goes to the normal ECMS mode, in which it happily executes in a normal energy management mode, and then there is a modified ECMS mode in which this is trying to guarantee the amount of SOC, and then you have the SOC and emission guarantee. So it's basically emission guarantee means because I have saved enough amount of battery charge, so I'm confident that I'll be able to use it in the as a pure electric vehicle. So that's why I'm trying to get the guarantee, and this then it will move into the EP or EV mode. Okay, so this is the guarantee I'm trying to generate here. So beforehand, if you see, so this is the this is state 2 and this is the state 3. Yeah, so this is guarantee, this associate an emission guarantee. Okay. So here in this case there are two modes. So here you can see that the emission is still there here, isn't it? The emission is still there, but here the emission is tapering off. We have to ensure that by the time it reaches the zero emission zone, the emission will taper off. So yeah, so that is, yeah, so that is, these are again connected here. So we use again less of engine and more of motor here. So that's why you can see it is yeah, so you can see that it is tapering off in a linear fashion. And then EV mode, and then it is back to again with emission again. So it's okay. I mean, after that, it is in the next zone in which the emission is in ECMS. It can have some emission. That's why the emissions are increasing. Okay. So you can start increasing the engine contribution. Okay. So these are different. It's like an automata, the finite state automata. So, or we can call it as different modes in the layman language, and they switch from one mode to the other based on the different distances that are passed. So how do we calculate this instantaneous power? Again, we calculate, I have mentioned that the force required. The force again is affected by the acceleration, mass into acceleration. Then it is affected by the gradient force, the aero drag, the rolling resistance, all these things. And from this, yeah, so for this is the zero. So this is the force that is required. From that I convert to power required, and from the power required at each point, then I find out, I back calculate this, and then I find out what is the associated current for that, because torque is proportional to current or vice versa. And then I update my SOC, that if such thing happens, what will be my SOC ref at that position? And what is my required SOC? So this was some algorithm also developed using this back calculation algorithm. So again, this I1, I2, I3, they are again computed under different situations, and then so how much is the current and all. So from there, so at different ranges of time ranges of at different time ranges means at different modes. At different modes, you're using different different equations, because the penalty is different and all these things. So that's why you're using different currents here, and from there you're finding out the effective SOC Tref at each point. So we are actually back calculating here. And after this back calculation, then what we do is, this is what we change the penalty function here. So we change the penalty function so that at each of these regions, the effect of penalty function will have a different impact, and as a result, we'll be saving or not saving the fuel as and when required based on different modes here. So this constraints remain the same. The net torque, engine, everything remains the same here. And yeah, so again, this cost function, this penalty function is also changed. Again, there are some derivations for that. You can look at this in the paper. They have been properly explained in the paper, the ITech paper. Maybe I have not updated that. I'll be, after mailing this, I'll mail this slide again, updating the paper name. Okay, and yeah, so. And finally, this modifying ECMS, this equality constraint will be met. And the net engine torque is by engine, net torque will be by engine torque at the motor time. Okay, so having said that, we can see that using the normal ECMS strategy, because it was not predicting in advance and all these things, and it did not take care of the SOC. It was not trying to save the SOC for a rainy day. So you can see that yeah, here you can see even in the zero emission zones there are emissions, okay, and then there are engine torque. Red is the engine torque, so there is still engine torque. You're trying to minimize the engine torque here, but it's not happening. Why? Because you don't have sufficient SOC. State of charge is not, you cannot drive the motor here too much, maybe less of motor, then that's why motor is again trying to recreate the energy and all by regenerative braking and all, but regeneration, but yeah, no, sorry, the engine, yeah, the engine is trying to generate, sorry, not the motor, the engine is trying to recreate so it's not possible actually, because it has to compromise on, because the sufficient of energy was not saved earlier at the start of the zero emission zone. And that's why you have this motor also struggling, and then you have this engine also struggling, so that the net speed demand is met. Okay. So might also argue that, okay, we can reduce the speed demand, right? So then in that case, maybe some people may not be happy because their speed demand is not, but this is the problem with the normal ECMS strategy. And the fuel consumption goes up still, and then there are emissions. So the purpose is not solved using the normal ECMS strategy. So now comes the modified ECMS strategy. In this case, we could achieve complete independence from the engine during this zero emission zone. Of course, there was some emissions beforehand because it was trying to save energy in advance, and then we have this fuel. The fuel is constant line, because there's no more fuel is consumed. So whatever fuel was consumed, it was constant. Why? Because it was. So why? Because of this the prediction strategy. This zero emission zone, this ECM modified ECM strategy, it's conserved a right amount of state of charge, so that by the time the zero emission zone ended, it was able to use the motor throughout. And there was no emissions here, so that is, it satisfied that demand. Okay, so this is a comparison with ECMS versus modified ECMS versus this. So yeah, so here we have the modified ECMS having no emissions, and here there are plenty of emissions because of the normal ECMS. Similarly, for a different drive cycle, as I mentioned, that just because we have for a particular drive cycle, we should not be too elated because of just happening because of getting good results. And so we tried with some other type of drive cycle. So in that type of drive cycle also we could achieve, but this is a very aggressive drive cycle. So if you see, even using this ECMS strategy, there were some emissions at the end. It could not satisfy, right? At the end, initially it started with very zero emissions, and then when the SOC was all depleted, then the engine had to kick in. The motor could not be sustained anymore, and then you have the emission at the end, so which is not acceptable here, because it is still within the zero emission zone boundary. And you have this fuel consumption also happening. So but our modified ECMS strategy, it tried to do that. So there was some again here also there was some compromise, because it could not satisfy the speed tracking. It could not track it properly, but at the same time everything was with the till the end there was no emission and there was no fuel consumption also. Okay. This is the fuel consumption, so there was no fuel consumption till the end. So that was the achievement actually here. And so this is again the comparison, so that people can understand the difference and all. So clearly a modified ECMS is the winner here, because it is able to travel, the vehicle is able to travel without any emissions in the zero emission zone. But yes, outside the zero emission zone there are emissions here. So this is the summary table, and you can see that fuel consumption in the MECMS is and the overall consumption is it's lesser, so less fuel consumption, which is again a good thing. And here the overall energy consumption in terms of fuel is also less. Okay, so that is again good. But the emissions, you see, the overall emissions was little bit higher. Why is that? Because though there were no emissions in this region, but the emissions happened in the non-zero emission zones, because they had to compromise here. So the non-zero emission zones had to compromise, and but the zero emission zone, this elite region or something, this was kept free of emissions. So that was what we could achieve here. But yes, but there was some overall fuel consumption and energy consumption impact also. We could improve the energy consumption also. That was one good thing, and under different drive cycles also. Then we also checked in different ambient temperatures also. So what is the different ambient temperatures? It also has some impact here. So here we can see for this same, everything remains the same. We executed the test at different for the same condition, but at different ambient conditions. You see at lower temperatures, the emissions keep on increasing. So why is that? Because at lower temperature, the fuel becomes richer, and then the starting, and every time it starts, that there is a lot of fuel consumption, because the heat, we have to heat up the catalytic converter. The emissions will be there. There'll be initially, every time you start, you have to, the richness of the fuel is more, because it's a cold start. And then it's from the beginning it's a cold start, but in between you cannot call it cold start, it's called warm start. But because of the temperature, the density of fuel is higher, and also so that has impacted the overall emissions also. So concluding lines for this case study: do not perform satisfactory, and that's under the zero emission zones, but our strategy could do it. Can be predicted based on, so we have not incorporated the impact of traffic and connected car information, car information. So that needs to be done. So which we'll be doing hopefully in the future. Okay, now second case study is about. So this was about some benefits and all. So but now some good results and all. So but now there is some concern actually, that if you see. Here we assume that our SOC, state of charge, it is known properly, right? Okay, it's hanging. Control bad. Yeah. If you see, we are dependent on this SOC. If this SOC, we think that we are getting the actual value of SOC, but many of times because SOC is never measured, it is predicted. And many of time, again, it's predicted based on other measurements, and based on the prediction, and prediction happens, let's say, based on, let's say, Calvin filter or so. So it depends on two things. One is the prediction due to the model. The two things: prediction happens based on the modeling, the model prediction, plus the effect of the measurement. So both the information are incorporated. So let's say that the model itself is not accurate, and the measurement, there is some uncertainty. So based on that, if there is an error in the SOC, what will happen to the actual torque speed? We are talking about optimal torque speed or the semi-optimal torque speed, whatever you can call it. But then the torque speed, the optimality will be questionable, because we'll not be able to generate the right amount of torque speed because of this uncertainty. So this is again, was a paper. It was presented recently in IFAC Berlin, Germany, 2020. Yeah, somebody's asking this question. Hello. Hello. Anybody wants to ask?
I don't think so.
Okay. Why is it here?
They have many questions in the chat box. In the end of your presentation, you will take up those questions.
Fine. So I think that will happen after at least 10-15 minutes.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. So effect. So in this paper, so as I said, it was presented in this recent IFAC 2020 Germany, Berlin 2020, which was virtual conference because of this COVID. So this is about an uncertainty, that how the uncertainty SOC estimation impacts the performance of energy management for HMEs. Because till now we have assumed all smooth and correct SOC. So what is the motivation? That various government rules and regulations are mentioned, and that this I have already talked about. But the problem is the battery keeps on degrading with time, the more and more usage, and the internal resistance increment due to aging, and it results in the deterioration of the SOC. So because of SOC estimation, rather. So because of the SOC estimation, because of these impacts, so these are not typically taken care of. So that has to be taken care of the modeling part, right? So, but since because of that, there are some there will be some discrepancies here. Okay, do not consider uncertainty in SOC estimation. Okay. So analyzing the importance, so it's more theoretically analyzing the importance and the effect of this uncertainty using a sensitivity based approach. Okay. So can be shown that without incorporation of this discrepancy, battery exceeds safe boundary conditions under some situation, also affects fuel economy and energy consumption, because there is a disturbance, because we saw that, right, this S factor in the ECMS, it was dependent heavily on it was dependent heavily on the state of charge, and if the state of charge itself is not accurate, then the entire torque split will get disturbed, and then that will also impact the fuel consumption, the total energy consumption, because the torque split, the optimal torque split that we are seeing, it's not optimal anymore, and then it will be erroneous. Actually, erroneous means there will be some shift. So this is the case study that we are analyzing, that in this energy management scenario, what is happening. So this is our again same vehicle configuration, the P2H hybrid electric vehicle. And we use some electric equivalent model. This is a VOCV, the VOCV, and this is the R0 internal resistance, and then the open circuit voltage, and both of them are functions of state of charge as well as temperature. Okay, and of course they also get affected by the gradual degradation, which is again because of which the R0 also increases. And this is the dynamic equation of the state of charge. Okay, so the current SOC dot is this, and the current is given by VOCV 2 or not by root over this and this. And yeah, so this is, and one more thing is it also there are two aspects actually. During charging, the R0 value, and during or rather the charging, yeah, during charging and discharging, the R0 and the VOCV, they can get they'll have different values because of the sign. Charging is the sign, positive current and negative current. They'll have all kinds of all kinds of different expressions, different values, parametric values. And one interesting thing to notice, this is the OCV characteristic of the SOC. During this 0.4 to around 0.8, right, it's more or less flat. So small discrepancy in this open circuit voltage will cause some large discrepancy in the interpretation of the SOC. So that is what we are worried about here. Of course, it will have impact here also, and the regions, as I told you, that between less than 0.2 and above 0.8 are not considered a valid region. So the battery has to be operated within this. So BMS and SOC estimation algorithm. So it was mostly used. You mostly use this extended Kalman filter to use for the SOC estimation. And then it deteriorates because of the aging, because it is not taking care of the appropriate parameters which are changing actually. And so we are estimating, but we are not estimating using the right model, and maybe with this. So that is what is bothering us now. And now we are going to see the impact of that. So the energy management strategy remains the same here. The equality constraints remain the same. This is called the torque split ratio, the ratio between the engine torque and the motor torque here. In different scenarios, you have different values of this torque split ratio. Obviously, for motor only mode, this is 0. Region mode, torque split is in between motor and mechanical brake heuristics, and yeah. So yeah. So yeah. So here in this case, between motor and mechanical brake. So there is something again called there's something called the brake blending strategy. So let's say that we're trying to brake something. This is an electric vehicle. We're trying to brake the vehicle. So it's not that the entire braking torque will be provided by the motor. No, it may not be sufficient. So some part of it again will be taken care by the mechanical brakes also, because that is more powerful. But then we have not considered that over here. We are considering the entire thing is being done by the electrical brakes. So this is about the, I had spoken about this energy management strategy. So we had this driver, we had this supervisory controller. So this is the efficiency contour for the engine. This is the efficiency contour for the motor. And based on different gear points and all, so it will shift at different operating conditions and the torque speed conditions, and then because of which it will have different efficiency parts, right? And then the efficiency, and then this will, like, the torque will flow to the transmission, which can be automatic also, but may not always be so. And then along with the brakes, which can be again appended with the ABS, anti-lock braking system, then this entire vehicle will operate. And this regenerative braking will happen, then it will go to the negative region. So in the regenerative braking part, it will go to the negative. So typically it is symmetrical. So okay, now coming back to this ECMS based control strategy. So here you have these vehicle coordinates and all, X, Y, Z, and then we have these SOC reference generators, right? And then the SOC reference will tell me that okay, this is the SOC to be we have to maintain. We're trying to maintain this. So the equivalence factor we've seen, right? We're just trying this error between SOC minus SOC ref, SOC max, and all those things. So this is, it is the same thing. We're trying to see the final equivalence calculation, but this equivalence factor calculation itself is a function of the current value of the SOC. Okay, so the SOC, let's say that we're trying to maintain at 0.2, and then the SOC will tell me that it is actually it is 0.23. But we'll be happily consuming the motor, but actually in practice, the SOC is actually below 0.2. So then in that case, we'll be damaging the motor. Okay, so we should not use the motor. Sorry, not the motor. We'll be damaging the battery. Let's say the battery has already reached its lower limit of SOC. Then we should stop from using the battery, or else it will start degrading. Okay, so that we should not do. But because of the erroneous value of the SOC, so this is the actual battery from which we are interpreting the SOC value, and then that is what is problematic. So then the value of S will be different. It will be erroneous, and because of which the ECMS will also compute the. It will be thinking that it is computing the optimized torque split ratio, and then it will, based on that, some amount of battery will be given. So and then there will be some all kinds of erroneous problems will happen. So the uncertainty association results in the change in the equivalence factor, and that will again consider this. So this again gets this gets affected here, because S happens to be a function of this SOC, and this cost function remains the same. The rate of fuel that we have talked about. This is the battery power consumption. So that is thanks to the motor power consumption, and this is the equivalent. This is the equivalent. Fuel consumption, which is both of them have been normalized, and both of them have been expressed in terms of rate of change of fuel consumption. So here the constraints remain the same. So so now we will explore what is the error that is happening here. Okay, so that is the error means the sensitivity. So how does this cost function change? So this cost function sensitivity is del J by del SOC, and so this is again. So this is the expression for the cost function here. Okay, and so basically this cost function will change because of the battery here, isn't it? Because of fuel. So GA is equal to function of fuel consumption and battery consumption. Though this S is present here only in the motor, in the electrical part, but not in the fuel part. So that's why we are just concerned about the effect on the battery part. And then after differentiating and all these things, we have got this expression. So this is the expression for the sensitivity of the cost function, and we have plotted it also. Then we see that at higher SOCs or at lower SOC, the sensitivity shoots up, which is very dangerous. All right, but at lower SOCs, it is not so dangerous. But still, there are some. It is quite low. But here in this case, you have some amount of sensitivity factor. So this sensitivity is responsible for the discrepancy of the cost function, which will impact the torque split ratio, which will impact the torque commands, which will again impact the energy management. Okay. This is our this is our observation. So at the SOC boundaries, inaccuracy in estimation, SOC estimation will result in change in the solution of the optimization problem. So that is what we are trying to highlight. So there will be some. So this is the del SOC. There is just a plot of sensitivity the change in cost function and the change in the SOC. And they are all related. So we can see that here there is a discrepancy in the SOC, which and because of the discrepancy in the SOC, you have a different okay, so this different, so this is my different cost function. This is my true cost function having the correct value of SOC, and this is my erroneous cost function having the inaccurate value of the SOC, because of which all these S value will change, because this value has to be a function of SOC. And then we'll try to optimize it, right? So we'll try to optimize we'll try to get the optimal value of engine torque. We'll try to thinking that this cost function is correct. We will think that we're getting the optimal value of the engine torque, optimal value of the motor torque, and then so all these things will change actually here. Okay, and then the power consumption. So we have done this analysis, and this the power consumption will also change, because our optimal value will be not actually optimal, and then there will be a difference between our previous value of our torque split TMTE, that is a motor torque and engine torque, and our next value of the TMTE, because there will be a because the SOC is different. Sorry about that. Okay. Yeah, and then there will be a discrepancy in power also. The power consumption will also get ended, and that will obviously change the energy management. So this is a simulation setup using the same Honda Insight model, which uses lithium iron phosphate battery model, and it was so apart from that we used a more validated model here. It was a little bit simplistic. So this model in our lab we generated some battery. We have battery test beds and all, and then we generated these batteries results, and then we try to incorporate them there, so to have a more realistic battery part. And from that we could study the SOC degradation. Also we use those things there for the degradation part, because we don't get degraded model here in the validated model. It is for a healthy thing, so that's why to degrade that. And so this is the result we got. So let's say that there was a UDC drive cycle here with the ECMS, and so this is the green is the this is my TSR is my so TSR is my torque split ratio, and this is the optimal torque split ratio. So accelerates battery aging, affects total energy consumption. Okay, so here you can see there is a discrepancy here, right? So the estimated SOC tells me this is my actual SOC. Okay, so the estimated SOC tells me that no, everything is fine, it is above 0.2, but my actual SOC is actually below 0.2. Okay, so that is a problem. So because I'm thinking that I'm trusting this green line here, and then I am consuming more of motor. The motor is drawing current, and because of which the SOC is degrading further, and it is affecting my battery life also. Okay, so drawing current at high C rate. Okay, so we are drawing this current at high C rate fastens the aging of the battery. Then and then we have the height indicates more use of engine. So higher TSR. So here we have the higher TSR. We are using more use of engine, leads to inefficient operation of the engine. So basically the torque split ratio has changed here, and then so it now because of we used a different value of the motor torque, so we had to, because TE plus TM has to be constant here for at any time. So because this T motor changed, then my T engine also changed. So that's why you have, it is now going into a not so optimal region. And we saw that different spots are there. So accelerates battery aging, we have talked about that. So here we have seen the sensitivity at low SOC regions. So here we can see that at low SOC region, which is here, you can see this is the low SOC region, right? So this is the low SOC region. The sensitivity is quite high. Again, finally results into the change in the cost function. So this is the change in the cost function. We can see that this del J is del J star. So this is the change in the cost function. This is a change in the cost function. So finally results into 1 minute, somebody is just calling me. 1 minute, 1 minute. Sorry about that. I got a call. So anyway.
It's perfectly all right.
Okay. So yeah, so we are getting this as expected. We are getting this discrepancy, but this discrepancy is actually large at certain places. Why? Because the sensitivity is large at certain places, and other places the discrepancy is not so large because at those places the SOC is in a different region. So because we saw it here, right? That these regions around at these regions of SOC 0.4, 0.6, and all, there is we should not expect too much of sensitivity. Okay, so it is an increment with that. So we are getting less of sensitivity here, and then that is what is happening. And then there is again the discrepancy between the fuel consumption, the green one and the red one. Again, you see there is a because of it has been compressed. So there are some maybe around 2-3%, at least more than 3-4% change in the fuel consumption because of the inaccuracy introduced by the SOC. Okay, so in short, the SOC, because of the change in SOC, there was some change in the penalty factor. Because there was a change in the penalty factor, there was a change in the cost function. Because there was a change in the cost function, the torque speed ratio that we got was disturbed. Now we use a different torque speed ratio, but the total torque demand is the same. But that changed the actual energy consumption, energy management. That changed the energy consumption here because we used a different combination of torque of motor and torque of engine, and because of their energy consumption, so all these fuel consumption, everything has got affected here. So this is something interesting here. And again, we are again plotting this with this analysis of this at different cost function values of different cost functions. How will it impact the change in the cost function? Change in the cost function. So let's say that 25, the change in cost function is 5, right? Or maybe at 25, the change of cost function is 10. Right? So at different, we have plotted these things actually, and then we saw that impact, because ultimately this is what is important. The cost function is fine, but ultimately what is its impact on the change in the torque speed ratio? The torque, because that is what will dictate my energy management. The energy management totally depends on this torque speed ratio, and that is we can see at different. So it also depends on the. So we can see at little bit higher values of cost function, the effect on the discrepancy of the torque speed ratio is higher. Okay. Okay, so when the delta TCR is high, the instantaneous output power change is high. So the effect is more higher at higher values of GHG or at high torque demand regions. Okay, so at high torque demand regions again, you have because it is in higher torque region again. We'll see that why is this happening? Because if you see at high torque, at high torque regions, this numerator is higher, right? So numerator is higher, and typically at higher speeds also, this cost function value will be higher, especially when the efficiency is lower. So coming back to this again. So when the change in torque speed ratio is high, the instantaneous input power is again high. Okay, so this is again with the output. So from TSR, then we map it to the JA TSR. Because of this, at this cost function, the cost function will have my DDT will also change in values, and then we have a change in the torque speed ratio, and then finally we can see the output power consumption also here. This is happening at each instant. So you can see the error that we are getting at each of the instances, and then using that we put it in the summary table. This is the quantitative, these are the quantitative results of all the simulations we have done, and then we can see that at different drive cycles, we have, let's say, we have different instances of parameter degradation because of state of health, 100%, 90%, 85%, and we can see the corresponding impact on the total energy consumption because this R naught value, there was some change in the R naught value, and which we have not incorporated in our estimation, and that has led to the discrepancy. The energy consumption has increased, right, from 5084 to 5533 in ECMS2, and in ECMS1 again. So this is again, it has impacted both, but here in the ECMS2 the energy consumption is higher here. Similarly, in ECMS1 and ECMS2 again, the has not updated. So this is what I mean by ECMS1 and ECMS2. When the has updated small parameter based on its SOC. So ECMS, that's why you see a lower energy consumption. That means it is actually using the right model. Okay, so the SOC value is correct, but here the SOC value is, the SOC value is here is incorrect. So it is oblivious to the right value of the resistance. Okay. Similarly, ECMS when the has not updated. So not updated, this is what we have been talking about. So all these things was all talk about ECMS2. So we are calling it just ECMS2. That is, it is oblivious to the presence of the uncertainty. Okay. And then so percentage of T critical, so time actually is not within its range. So this is just a characteristic of this. We can find out from these curves that during the time during which, percentage of time during which the SOC is not within its permissible boundary limits. That is again a serious. So apart from the loss in energy, we are also having a loss in the we are also having a loss in the time. We are having a time during which the SOC is going below its minimum region. Okay, so that is a dangerous thing, or permissible range. So that is not a good thing. Or sometimes I think above also in some of the places, but mostly it is going below the thing, and that is degrading the quality of the battery. Okay, the health of the battery. So this is the average of SOC DLSA, average actual SOC minus estimated SOC. So this is the discrepancy in the SOC. So this is a considerable time actually. For a lot of time, 21%, but again, there is for a very for a long 21% is a big time during which the battery has gone below its SOC range. So all these problems have this just to show the impact of such a discrepancy in the SOC estimation. Total energy consumption increases, it further deteriorates battery life. So but again, it depends on the drive cycle also. And if you see a different drive cycle also, the energy consumption is different, and you'll get different values also in this. Okay, so these are the concluding lines of the study. You can just go through this, and by developing a more So now we have just talked about the problem. So next is to talk about the solution of this problem. So the solution problem is to have more robust SOC estimation, or more better quality, better energy management strategy, so that will not get affected by such erroneous SOC estimations. Okay, so we can do. So by the way, just for your understanding, there are plenty of nice softwares which you can use, especially for academic people. It's not much. This is 5 lakhs for 5 licenses. This is free of cost. This is around 2 lakhs for academic, and this is MATLAB, I guess, is free. So you can do a lot of simulation for energy management or controls or diagnostics, you name it. You can do a lot of things. And this is the AVL simulation software. It's a little bit costly. Even the Ignite, it is very high quality software, but then it is also costly. So you can develop your control algorithms based on these modeling softwares, and it's a good thing. And these are some of the nice references you can look at. Okay, so apart from these references, so these are mostly books and mostly an essay. If you are interested in automotive systems, and I am a long time essay member, lifetime essay member. So you can go through these essay journals. IIT Kharagpur has subscription to essay journals. I don't know whether NIT Silchar has. You can go through them. A lot of nice papers are there on specifically on automotive systems. So having said that, I'd like to thank you for your patience. and I'll be expecting some questions within the
Yeah.
time that we have.
So could you go to chat box? They have put the questions there. First, if you take up those questions, and then we can call for new question.
Okay. Hmm. Mute yourself. Okay. Okay. Mute yourself. Okay. You are not signed. What is the degree of automation where fully automated or partly? Okay. I think you're talking about the AMT, right? In the AMT. So if you're talking about the AMT part, automated, are you talking about AMT, Mr. Sangram Kishore Mohanty?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. So three things. One is the manual transmission. Then you have the AMT, automated manual transmission is that you just have to press plus and minus gear change. Okay, you don't have to physically move your hand and to change the gears. So that will be actuated by a set of 3 motors for the clutch and the shift mechanism of X shifter and Y shifter. So that will be done by the motor for you. But you'll be choosing which. Mostly you'll be choosing which gear to go higher gear or lower gear, but the actuation will be done by the motors. Okay, you just have to press some switches. Okay, and then what is the government decision on disposing electric vehicle batteries? Okay, I don't know about that, but there are a lot of talks actually. You can see it keeps on changing. I can. Yeah, so I'm not very aware, but they have been talking about, nothing is fixed actually. They keep on changing. Yeah, I attend some meetings, but yeah, there are always new ideas coming from different people. So what is the shaft power transfer by propeller shaft? Shaft power transfer by propeller shaft, it's whatever engine produces, that's the same shaft power gets multiplied by the what do you call the transmission, and the speed gets divided, and then the torque into speed is nothing but the power. Okay, so that is the power that is shafted, but then again it is affected by the back effect, the reverse backlash kind of thing from the loading part. Okay, so this is so this is
That back factor. What is that back factor due to loading impact?
What do you mean that factor? Are you talking about the efficiency? There is some efficiency factor. Are you talking about some efficiency factor? Yeah, there are efficiencies involved in that, definitely.
Okay.
Due to friction, damping, torsional effects, yes, that is there. Okay, I think I've forgotten to mention that. So thank you again for pointing that out. There is some efficiency factor definitely. So which the torque reduces to some extent, and there is some delay. Again, there is some inertia effect. Okay, so can the supervisory controller MNC based, PLC based on? Yeah, it's a basically it will be a hardware board with connected to different BMS, motor control unit, AMT, or other transmission control unit and the motor control unit, and it will be a board with microcontroller or some strong DSP processor, and yeah, that's how what it is. And of course, they'll be having software also inside it. Okay, embedded software. So you have to, that control software will be running inside that supervisory controller, but it will have other things also. Okay, so there are variants of supervisory controller. There will be some simple variant. There can be, let's say that if you do something on the cloud or something, then you can want to do it to this IoT and all. You want to suppose there are some diagnostics application, or you're trying to do some route planning. Then you can just through IoT you can just flash it in outside, and through IoT you can communicate and all. So what type of interfacing used for motor to get better torque speed rating? There's no interfacing. So better torque speed rating depends on the inherent design of the motor. Okay, so I think you must have heard about ANSYS and all, right? So if you see in ANSYS, different parameters with the slot combination, number of poles, strength of the magnetic material, the thickness of the wires, lot of things. They actually will tell you the rating of the motor. Okay, it's an electromechanical subject, and there are a lot of to do with the flux, the strength of the flux that you're getting. So based on that, the rating changes. So what is the speed of response and fidelity in this dynamic automation system? What is the speed of response and fidelity? Okay, automation system means, again, I think you meaning the model, right? The model has to be validated to some extent. For the one that it is claiming that it is validated, the Honda Insight model. I don't know what you mean by dynamic automation system. Are you talking about, if you're talking about the model is the Honda Insight model is validated, but then the response is maybe there is some response which is because of the inertia of the inertia of the inside propeller shaft or the differential or the transmission. It will get maybe more or less. So that is maybe that may not be have been taken care of. Okay. So, and the fidelity again is again, as I told you, fidelity is to what extent, whether it is 85%, 95%, 90%, again it depends. So, but fidelity, I mean, if it is above 90%, it is considered for control, it is quite good. If the fidelity is more than this, but higher the improvement in the modeling accuracy, higher the better chance of having better control. So what control is required for constant HP? What do you mean by constant HP? You're talking about the constant, what do you mean by HP?
Horsepower.
Horsepower. So you're talking about the motor when the motor is going in the constant power mode. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, 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 yes.
There are two regions of the motor, right? Constant torque mode and constant power mode, right? So you're saying that when it is going through constant horsepower, so that is, so there are something called the lookup tables. Okay, so those lookup tables will tell power available. So what happens is there is a lookup table which will say that at this speed, this is your horsepower. At this speed, this is your horsepower, and then based on that, you will keep. Okay. So what should be minimum control period for emission? Minimum. Okay, so you're referring to that case study 1, right? Minimal control period for emission. So control period for emission, again, I don't understand what you mean by control period. So this was again prediction. This d mean, if you're talking about d mean, it was actually predicted. That is a variable thing. We computed that value of a distance before which we should start saving the electric energy. Okay, so that is a dynamic thing which we predicted. Actually, we computed that. If that is what you are asking for. Okay. Okay, so this is again computed. We are computing on the fly. So what types of power switches used to energize the motor? Okay, what are power switches? Okay, typically these are these MOSFETs. So that's what we use.
IGBT, can you?
No, IGBT we don't use. I mean, we can, again, depends on the ratings of the current and all. So for our case, I've seen most of the people use MOSFETs for the efficiency and all. Okay, so we are using MOSFETs and another project. So okay, for our BLDC motor. Okay, so again depends on what kind of motor, what is the power rating and all. What is the difference between ABS and VCS? Yeah, huge difference. ABS is a small it's an anti-lock braking system. It operates very fast, you know, so that it prevents the wheel from locking. So what happens is if your wheels lock, you lose tractive control, and then the vehicle can go away here and there, and all hell will break loose, right? If you lose control over the wheels, right? It can skid and it can hit somebody. Even if you're steering, the wheels will not respond and it will skid and you'll hit somebody. But the body control system is again for mostly for low. So that's why ABS has to be in very high speed, high frequency operation. The BCS is again a bit larger body of that. Maybe it can be connected to the ABS, but it's like a body control system, or body is mostly for the comfort of the vehicle, right? So the switches, on and off switches, the door knobs, the electric regulated door knobs, electric windows, then all kinds of inside the body part. Okay, so the temperature config, the temperature management, all these internal body part of that. So that is what is taken care of actually. Okay, so these are two distinct things. Nice presentation. Okay, thank you. Is there any flexibility in control action? Of course, there is flexibility on control action. It's just a software. You can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I think we can stop again. I mean, we can ask someone else if they have the question.
Yeah, fine. So how the penalty function related to fuel consumption? See, I have mentioned that it affects. I mean, it's clearly mentioned in this cost function. You can just go through the cost function. You'll see how indirectly it impacts the fuel consumption. Okay, it's not a straightforward answer. What is the minimum speed at the time of starting? Okay, What is the minimum? If you're talking about idling speed of motor of engine, it is around 900 rpm to or 800 rpm to 1200 rpm. Okay, but for motor it is zero. It starts from zero because the engine cannot directly give high torque at very low speeds. That's why it has to be initially brought to some normal speed by the starter motor, and then you can deliver the good amount of torque for the engine part. For the motor, even at very low speed, you can deliver high amount of torque. So why parallel HEV is considered in both case studies? Because it is much more complicated, and the energy management is much more complicated, but not in case of because there are two things to deal with, right? The motor of torque motor, the torque of motor, torque engine. But the energy management is not so complicated for series HEVs. Okay, but of course it can be complicated for combined split parallel hybrid. Yeah, so that is again quite common. So, but then yeah, a lot of people use this. It's called HEVs again used for these cars and low kind of buses, not so heavy buses. For heavy buses and all, maybe you can use series HEVs and all, and for some kinds of cars. But it's quite common also, HEV, parallel HEV. Instead of using only supervisory control, if data aggregation is done on, can it effectively so zero? Yeah. So even without in conventional vehicles also, we can still have emissions of by proper data. We can there is something called the engine control unit. So in the engine control unit, we'll have try to optimize the fuel. But further, so this is on a different level. Okay, the supervisory controller given a choice, so you have more number of choices here. So you're trying to split the torque between engine and motor so that the emissions can be, the fuel consumption is less, the emissions can be less. Can you do an error analysis? Yeah, we have done error analysis. I think for the, you asked at 112. So I was already in the second case study. So we have done that is nothing but the error analysis. Okay, I think you can go through the PPT to realize that. Okay, I think that's it. Any other questions? I think I have well short
Yeah,
of
if
time.
anyone has, then you can unmute yourself and do. Otherwise, we will conclude the session for lunch break. Okay, I think no one is having question. Anyone here has question? Any question? Okay, so I don't think anyone. You can stop presenting. Now I'm extremely sorry for like calling you by Dr. Das Gupta. Now I call you definitely by Sen Gupta. Thank you so much. The presentation was really good, and I can see like you were still like that only, like too much speed. But of course, within this 1 hour and 30 minutes or approximately 40 minutes, that time you had to deliver so many things. It was really informative, and I think like the participants have got so much information and motivation, especially from this one. So what I have like one thing you have here considered about this uncertainty in the SOC estimation.
Yes.
But like, so do you have any idea which uncertainty will have more impact? Like, especially in this case, the assumption is you know the driving cycle thing a priori, all the information you have.
Yes,
Yeah.
that's a very good question. Driving cycle uncertainty will have definitely much more impact.
Okay.
Definitely, it will have much more impact. But then, yeah, as I say, it's a nonlinear system, and also, but we have in this case study is only about the SOC uncertainty.
Yeah, that I got. I mean, so are you working on that too?
Like, there are plenty of papers already on that, madam. So that's why we do not work on that. So, but plenty of papers have worked on life cycle uncertainty, and we can. But then that's a good suggestion. We can club both of them together, to make to do justice to both of the SOC uncertainty as well as the drive cycle.
Yes, and also you said that you have. For example, like the simulation software you have used, all the results you have showed in the simulation, but you said that you have also test bed. So is it that for battery testing only?
Yes, battery test bed, and we have made some. In our there's something called the CRR lab here. So we have a lot of the website is not there. So so they have Hills test lab. Then we have this dyno test lab of very high capacities. 2-3 dynos are there. And I think one is of 100 kilowatt, the other is 30 kilowatt. So there are, plenty of hardwares we have, and then plenty of softwares also.
No, so you just said now that you are considering these on the fly. Something like someone was asking the question, ki, are you measuring these? So that
No, on the
any
fly
real
means
time,
on the no, yeah, not
that is
real
in
time.
simulation only.
In
That
the
is in
simulation on that, yeah, not
Oh,
beforehand or
oh,
offline. It's kind of. I
oh,
mean,
oh,
if it is executed in real time, it could
yeah.
have attended to. It's doing every time actually. Okay, every time. So
So the thing
every
is
time
that,
step.
for example, the whatever you are considering that in at this moment simulation. So what I wanted to know, like, is it like if I apply that in real time, is it able to do like that time management thing? Would be able to do like what kind of then, as you said, high speed DSP processor. So which processor you suggest that to be used for this purpose? You would suggest?
We are using actually. I don't know whether we should tell. We are using some kind of processor
Okay,
for our
then
HLV part. It is with Tata Motors, so I cannot say that. But there are in MathWorks they have mentioned there is something called the F28379D TI processor board. They have mentioned that again I'll repeat F28379D. So they mentioned that several EV electric vehicles they use this processor. It is quite fast and it has around 200 megahertz. So it is quite good and it's cheap also. It is a launch pad. It's around 3,000 rupees or so. It's very cheap and it has very good MATLAB support.
Okay, so
Maybe I'll
that's
just
all.
type it here. So you're asking all very relevant and nice questions. So I'll just type this TI launchpad from what is it? Yeah, F28379B. Okay, and then you get it supports something called a two-motor dyno. Also, you can have your small mini dyno setup, and you can do all kinds of real-time processor in loop execution, and there are plenty of things. I mean, the model will be running in the controller. Let's say that will be running in the MATLAB, and sorry, so the processor will be executing the control algorithm, and it will be executing. It will be driving the two-motor dyno, not model, the actual dyno in a miniature form. So you can buy. Yeah, it's called two-motor dyno. You can check in the TI website. So it's a hardware thing. Two-motor dyno. So you can have a look at this.
Okay, thank you.
Okay,
So
and
much.
I'll be sending you the updated PPT so that having the two papers that
then I'll share it.
corresponding to So you can just ignore the previous thing. I'll just add the two papers, this IFAC paper and ITEC paper of USA and IFAC from Germany. So I think you can then if they are interested, they can refer those papers for more details. Okay.
Sure. Okay, so thank you so much.
Yeah.
We will conclude here. Hope to meet you, I mean, in another platform sometime.
Sure.
And yeah, all the best. And we will take leave from here on now.
Yeah, and thank you all for the nice, interesting questions and engaging.
Please join the next session, which is supposed to be held at 2:45. So you be there at 2:40. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bye.